I'm going to do something different.
The following is an arrival address given by His Divine
Request you to play. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Well, Viplavah 2020, second day, and I'd like to welcome back all the educators for another day where we're going to take up many, many topics. But as a slight change in the schedule, which I think is an important change, I would like us to hear from His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada in one of the addresses that he gave on education. So we are going to accommodate our speaking engagements in such a way that first we'll start by hearing from Srila Prabhupada. And I hope that this talk that we'll hear will be inspiring to all the educators and also set a mood and scene of how we should embark upon our second day. So please.
Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on March 3rd, 1975 in Dallas, Texas.
This Dallas temple, that is educational institution, must be unique in the world because nobody is interested to give their children spiritual education. When I first attempted to start this movement from India, I approached many friends that we have got 4 children or 5 children. Give me one child. I shall train him as Brahman and Vaishnava. Nobody agreed. Everyone said, Swamiji, what will you benefit by becoming Brahman? After all, he has to struggle for everything. Nobody cares for Brahman. That is also fact. Nobody is nowadays interested about the Brahminical culture. We are trying to push the Brahminical culture within the demoniac culture. It is very difficult task, but still by the grace of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we are more or less successful. I am very glad to see your temple was not only there, everywhere. So, you American boys and girls, you are fortunate that this movement is started from America, and some of you are taking seriously, trying to help me. I am very much obliged to you. So, keep this standard as you are now keeping. Then things will go automatically, and one day people will understand in the history that this movement was for saving the human society. That day will come. So, I am very much pleased to see the atmosphere here. Education means Krishna consciousness. That is everything. If simply we understand that Krishna is the Supreme Person, He is great, and we are all subordinate. So our duty is to serve Krishna. These two lines, if we understand, then our life becomes. If we simply learn how to worship Krishna, how to please Him, how to dress Him nicely, how to give Him nice food stuff, how to decorate Him with ornaments and flowers, how to offer our respectful obeisances to Him, how to chant His name. In this way, if we simply think, without any so-called education, we become the perfect person within the universe. This is Krishna. Doesn't require ABCD education. We can simply change our forms. So these children are being taught from the very beginning of their life. We had the opportunity of being trained up by our parents like this. Many saintly persons used to visit my father's house. My father was Vaishnava, pure Vaishnava, and he wanted me to become a Vaishnava. Whenever some saintly person would come, he would ask me, please bless my son that he can become a servant of Radha. That was it. He never prayed for anything. And he gave me education how to play Milonga. My mother was again, there were two teachers, one for teaching me ABCD and one for teaching me Milonga. So the one teacher was waiting and the other teacher was teaching me how to play Milonga. So my mother would be angry. What is this nonsense of teaching Milonga? What do you do with this Milonga? But first my father wanted that I should be a great Nama player. Therefore, I am very much indebted to my father, and I have dedicated my book, Krishna book, to him. He wanted me to be preacher of Bhagavatam, Srimad Bhagavatam, and player of Mridanga, and to become silent Radha. So every parent should think like that. Otherwise one should not become father. That is the invention of the Shastra. There is stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 5th canto, Pita nasasya, janani nasasya, guru nasasya, saramo nasasya. In this way, the conclusion is, no saja samapeta mritam. If one is unable to rescue his disciple from the imminent danger of death, he should not become a guru. One should not become father or mother if he cannot do so. In this way, no friend, no relatives, no father, no. If one cannot teach his other part to have saved from the clutches of death, that education is wanting throughout the whole world.
So this is an address that Srila Prabhupada gave, and we found it very relevant because it focused entirely and specifically on education and all aspects of it. So the first speaker that I'm going to invite today is Narasimha Kavacha Prabhu. Narasimha Kavacha Prabhu, can you please make way to the stage? As some of you may have noticed who participated in the whole program yesterday, it's an attempt at a Viplavah Symposium that we bring to the participants and to the educators various aspects of education. Prabhu, you can, in the meantime, please settle down here on the stage. And we try to invite speakers from wide spectrum of education, and Iskcon being a society that we're trying to develop for education, you can imagine that there are so many different elements of education that need to be covered. Kids education, adult education, within kids education, Shastric education, adult education, so many different aspects. But then there is another element of Brahminical education. Srila Prabhupada in his talk, he began by talking that we want to establish that culture, the Brahminical culture. So I requested His Grace Narasimha Kavacha Prabhu, who is the Minister for Iskcon DT Worship Ministry, to come and share with us and discuss with us this very important element. And the discussion topic is Happy DTs, Happy Devotees. Do you have a mic, Prabhu? Your mic is there. I have to put it on. Just give me 1 minute. You can start your conversation and I'll start.
Hare Krishna. So actually, the topic I was sent, which is what I worked on, was called Brahminical education. And the idea was how to develop knowledge through deity worship. And just while Tapa Mishra was setting up this presentation, it was kind of interesting to get such a topic, because just like looking at knowledge in itself, personally I don't find that such a difficult thing to train people in. And just to give you an example, we just finished our semester here at the Mayapur Academy, our international diploma in Iskcon, and we had about 30-something students. And part of the training they receive is they learn how to do like what we call Soda Supachar Puja. It means like how to offer 16 items of worship to the deity. And in the assessment, which they're doing without a book, they're doing it all from memory, there's 143 assessment steps they need to go through. And they're doing it all by memory. So it may seem like a lot, but when you actually think of it, it's not that difficult. I saw a news article the day before yesterday where there's this dog who'd learnt how to identify 45 things by name. So if a dog can do 45 things, if they're doing 143 things, it's only 3 times better than a dog. Yeah? So it's not really, to me, that's not what education's about. Yeah? And as soon as I get the presenter tool, I'll be able to get more into. Yeah, I'll be done by then. Yeah. Yeah, because I got to go. All right. So as you saw, that was the presentation. I got the topic I got in the email: real knowledge transfer through deity worship. Now, of course, you can unpack this in different ways. What is real knowledge? Knowledge is one thing. And as we all understand, there's different elements of knowledge. There's just simply recall. There's being able to articulate the knowledge. There's so many different ways you can, look at knowledge. But I like to go further than that. Now, look, what is the essence of training and education? I think that's really something as educators we need to look at. As I say, it's more than just knowledge, because so many people can, learn things quite easily, and some people are very expert. I mean, I've seen people recite whole chapters of the Bhagavad Gita verbatim, but do they actually understand the purpose of the Bhagavad Gita? Yeah. So Is it simply about imparting skills and knowledge? Now, in a deity worship course, you might think that because deity worship, as you understand, is largely a skills-based practice or a skills-based topic. Probably more than 50% is skills-based. But, my point is that I think it's much more than that. And for us, the real challenge is the values. How to, this is what we focus on, is nurturing values in the students. And this is actually the real challenge because you're faced with two types of challenges here. One is how to actually impart values, and just by reading a book to them, that's not going to work. You have to go a lot deeper than that. And the other thing is how to assess values. Because again, the values, like if, for instance, you're doing a knowledge assessment, it's easy. They just write the things down on a piece of paper, you get it, and you compare it with what your marking guide says, and you understand. They understand the knowledge. Or if it's a skill, I sit down, they do Archman, and we assess, we see. But how to assess values, this is a really interesting point. Then, what else we got? Okay, let's look here a little bit at the benefits. Sorry, I'm kind of like trying to coordinate between two things here. It's a little bit strange. Sorry, I'll just turn this off. Sorry. So, what is the benefit of developing values? Now, there's a few interesting sections in the scriptures. There's in Prabhupada's writings that help us to understand this a bit more clearly. For instance, there's the section in the 9th canto about the pastimes of Lord Ramachandra. And there's a really interesting purport in the 10th chapter of the 9th canto, verse 50, where Srila Prabhupada talks about how you cannot enforce good citizenship. One actually has to be trained to develop the values of good citizenship. And another interesting section in the Gita where the Lord is talking to Arjuna about how by developing the values of a Vaishnava, one becomes dear to him. And that whole section, the 12th chapter, from text 13 through to 19, and he repeatedly makes this point, how that person becomes dear to him. So you can see there's actually so much benefit because, as Prabhupada's talking about in the 9th canto, it means that if one understands values, if one understands what it means to be a human being and how to function in society, then they're able to actually function in society and society will function. But we see that Prabhupada talks so much about how the modern society is just a society of rogues and thieves. I mean, just go buy something in the marketplace and you'll experience that, especially for those of us who have white skin. Immediately the price is like 50% or 100% more just because of the skin color. So you can see there's so much of this cheating going on in society. Why is that? Because what is their value? It's the dollar sign. They just want money. So because their values are a little bit messed up, then anyhow, they don't understand the proper way to interact, and therefore the society, therefore you have to have so many rules and regulations in society to stop people from doing these things. But it doesn't work because they still do all these things. I was having a conversation with one devotee a few days ago about the drug problem, and like in Australia for now, at least in Sydney, I live in the state of New South Wales, and there's the main city in New South Wales is called Sydney, and now they have there what they call safe shooting houses, where drug addicts can come and they can get clean needles to inject, so they don't die of some disease transmitted by the dirty needles. So to me, that indicates the society's failed. They don't understand how to deal with the problem. And their solution is to try and convince everyone to stay home and watch television so they can imbibe the types of values they're going to learn from television. So we can see society is actually failing because they don't understand what's the real value of life. Okay, so the next thing we could look at is just briefly is how do we develop values? Now, there's been a lot of studies done over the years about this by various personalities, and there are many things that can assist in developing values, but the thing that I've experienced, which is the most important, is modeling. if we model the values that we're expecting others to imbibe, then that's the most successful thing. Just like we see with Srila Prabhupada, for instance. Devotees were so inspired to follow Srila Prabhupada. Why? Because of the values he lived, because of the values he held dear, because of, the person he was. But we see that, like so often in society and with different personalities, they may present different values, but they don't live the values they're presenting. Therefore, what happens is people get disillusioned with them. They disregard them. They don't listen eventually. But if we're able to demonstrate the values we're trying to encourage in others, then you'll see that these lessons will go deeper. Yeah? It's the same with, I remember, just to give an example from my own life, is when I was a child, in my early teens, my mother was always telling me, don't do drugs, they're bad for you. Right? But guess what? Every day she was smoking a packet and a half of cigarettes and drinking alcohol, and every night getting drunk. So what's the value of that lesson? I didn't take it seriously at all because she wasn't modeling the behavior. Yeah. Okay, so the next thing I wanted to look at was just with the training we do at the Mayapur Academy. And not just the Mayapur Academy, when I travel around the world, I do training wherever I go. And how does the training we're doing assist in developing values? Now, we do it at many, many levels, and also we'll talk a little bit about assessing the values here also. Excuse me, because for me this is a really key element. Because you can talk about values in class, and you can have the devotees list the values that you're looking for. And basically what I found happens a lot of times is when you're doing written assessments, is they just figure out what it is you want to hear and they write it down, so they get a good mark. But that's not indicating they've actually learnt anything, neither is it indicating that they've imbibed the values. Yeah? And that's the trick. So I remember one time I was doing different types of exercises to try to get to try to see if devotees were taking up the values. I remember one time that I did this exercise where I would come in half an hour early and I'd turn the classroom upside down. Push the chairs over, push the tables over, papers all over the place, stuff like that. Just to see what the response was. Because there's a really interesting pastime that took place here in Mayapur, that Srila Prabhupada was on his morning walk. And where the Samadhi is now, there used to be a ring road, and on the Ganga side of the ring road there's a row of workers' cottages. And there were some toilets there. And Prabhupada was walking and he saw this door there, and he said, what is that? And he pushed the door open with his cane, and it was actually the doorway to the toilets that the workers were using. And the toilets were overflowing onto the floor. Srila Prabhupada got quite upset. And just as he was sort of berating the manager there, Chutananda turned up, who was one of the leaders here in Mayapur at the time, and he really chastised him severely. And he said, because this is in the mode of ignorance, and because you are in the mode of ignorance, you do nothing. So we can see that, like when you mix two things the same, there's no reaction. If you mix two things opposite, there's a reaction. Like if you mix an acid and alkaline, you'll get a reaction. But if you mix two equal acids, nothing happens. So we can understand by the way a person responds to an environment where they're at. So I tried doing that, messing up. It worked the first once, I think. The second time, the support staff at the school, they cleaned it up. So the exercise didn't work, so I stopped doing that one. So we're working on different exercises. Like every day, for instance, we have the students clean the school. And this helps us to see a lot about where they're at, because if they value the cleanliness, they're there early. They're there. They want to make sure they do their bit really well. And the ones who don't come, or who come late, or who sort of just don't really clean very well, you can understand, they don't value cleanliness. Every day during the temple worship class, we have them clean archman cups, and we assess the archman cups. And the first few days, you can see the cups are not so clean. Then after they're understanding what we mean by clean, we see most of them get the cups very clean. So you see so many small things. There's a lot of small things we do to try to assess that. And then we have, also to have the association of devotees like Janani Prabhu, Pankajanga Prabhu, Adi Purush. We have a lot of very, Banu Swami also, he comes and teaches. They get the association of a lot of senior devotees. And this is a really key element, I feel, to one developing qualities, is to actually see the principles in practice. Yeah? And then also, we have a unit called Brahminical Culture and Ethics, which is a starting unit, and that's describing the characteristics of a Brahma, the activities of a Brahma, the qualities of a Brahma, all these different types of things. Yeah? Okay, so just a few quick points here. This is from the from the Chaitanya Charitamrita. It's Prabhupada's quoting Jiva Goswami's Bhakti Sandarbha. And he points out that it's the opinion of Bhagavatam that deity worship is not actually necessary. Yeah? Oh, actually, I didn't get onto that slide. Sorry, working with two computers. Well, that's interesting. Yeah? No, I thought I pressed the right one, anyhow. Okay, so Jiva Goswami, this is quoting from Bhakti Sandarbha 283-84. He says, Bhagavatam's opinion, deity worship is not actually necessary. Also, he says that without practicing deity worship, one can achieve the complete success of human life by any of the other processes of devotional service. So then one might wonder, why is it that we do deity worship? Why is it that Srila Prabhupada and the previous acharyas have indicated this is really important? So the next part of this sloka, or this verse that he's quoting, is very important. The material conditioning of most candidates for devotional service requires they engage in this activity. And then he goes on to explain, when we consider their bodily and mental conditions, we find the character of such candidates is impure and their minds are agitated. And the thing I find particularly interesting about this was, when did Jiva Goswami say this? So about 500 years ago. So he's saying people are agitated then. What about now? Yeah? I mean, there's no such thing as Facebook or Snapchat or any of the, I mean, there's so many things out there nowadays, I can't even remember them. But, people's minds are very, very disturbed in this day and age. So, therefore, we see, as we see in the next slide that Jiva Goswami is explaining, to rectify this condition, the Great Sage Narada and others have recommended that we do deity worship. And he makes the point in the this next section here is, sorry, we skipped the slide, I think. Oh, no. Yeah, this one here. But he's actually saying this. I didn't put all of it in there because it's quite a long reference, but he's saying that actually at the point of initiation, a person's obliged to engage in deity worship. So then we can look at, what is it that Jiva Goswami is actually stating here? So what is he stating here? He's actually stating, because if we look at it a little bit sort of more deeply in terms of the Pancharatric and the Bhagavat, we have a process which is a mixture of both. This Prabhupada explains it in many places. Now, at the point of when we're, when we first come to devotional service, we're quite affected by the modes of material nature. We're quite affected by various conditionings. Therefore, the Pancharatric process is particularly applicable for us, because this helps us to cleanse all the anarthas from the heart. This helps us to, bring this karayodaya, to bring out the original nature of the jiva. So until we get to the point of where the rag side is more dominant, then we really have to put a lot of emphasis on the Pancharatric side to assist us in this purification. Yeah? And like oftentimes we might hear this, that but deity worship is only for Brahman types or pujaris or people who like ringing bells and waving incense. Actually, no. Srila Prabhupada is making the point here in this purport. Also, Jiva Goswami is making the point that actually everyone is obliged at the point of initiation to engage in the process of deity worship. And you see, like every morning you go to the temple to take darshan. What are you doing? You're engaging in deity worship. You attend Mangalati, you attend Guru Puja, you attend all these different functions, darshan, etc. You're engaging in deity worship. You go to the festivals, you engage in deity worship. Or another way you could look at it is, what would Iskcon be like if we had no deities? It would be a very different environment. Yeah? Very, very different environment. And it would just be a building, basically. And even that, you probably wouldn't need a building. So this is the point I feel here, a very important point that Jiva Goswami is making, is that deity worship is actually for everyone. And I feel that everyone needs to really, really put some time aside in their lives to focus on developing a relationship with Krishna through his deity form. Because as we know, there's a really beautiful story that's described in the Madhya Lila, the story of Sakshi Gopal. And then there's at one point there, the Brahman, he says to the deity, he says, "My dear Lord, you're not a statue. You're directly the son of Nanda Maharaj Krishna." And so later on, the deity and this Brahman are having a conversation. So that's a very interesting point to start with too, is that they're having a conversation. The deity's talking back. And then at one point he says to the Brahman, says to the deity, "I want you to come to be a witness." And then Krishna says, "But I can't walk, I'm a deity." And then the Brahman, he responds to Gopal, he says, "But my Lord, if you can talk, you can walk." Yeah? And then he says, "Let's go." So he had that faith. And how did he develop that faith? Was through developing a relationship. And you'll see, in all these different instances where the devotees have that kind of faith, like nearby here in Ambika Kalna, there's another example of where Raghunandan Thakur was, he also had the same faith. So if we have the faith, we'll have the interaction. How do you develop the faith? Is by engaging in the practice of deity worship. And the practice of deity worship helps us to develop the qualities, the values that I was talking about at the beginning. Okay.
Thank you.
So that's about all I have to say. Is there any questions at all? Pancharatna
Questions?
Pancharatna Prabhu.
This is extremely important.
You don't say.
Values education. How do we impart values? And I got something from you that seemed very, very striking, that when you try to teach values in words, it can be just regurgitated and you don't know, has anything actually come in? And it seems, from what I'm hearing from you, that the values come out through things like association with people who have those values. And it also appears, from what I'm hearing here, that the process of deity worship develops those values in a person, just in a sort of a transcendental way. Is that correct?
It's definitely there. And just to refer to your first point, my belief is that if you're not imparting values, it's not education. Because education, from my perspective, is to bring about a change in a person. And we find the amount of devotees who come to us after the courses and state that their life has changed as a result. Now, there's many levels of association that you can get through, say, attending a course like representing, or through the process of deity worship. Because, you're getting to associate with advanced devotees, you're getting to associate with brahmanas, and as we understand in the scriptures, it states one becomes a brahmana by associating with a brahmana. So that's one level of the development of values. But the other level of the development of values is that when you're engaging in deity worship, guess what? You're touching God directly. That's powerful. I mean, you imagine, if we undo one of these bulbs and stick our finger into the socket, what's going to happen? Our whole body's going to become energized by electricity. Of course, the fuse will blow and you won't die. But the point is it's like, it's an instant transferal of energy. So in the same way, if we engage with sincerity and with faith in the process of deity worship, and this is the point that's made in the when it talks in the CC about the I think the 20th chapter about the 5 processes of bhakti, it says Sri Mutare Saraya Sevan, with faith and veneration. Very, very important points. Is faith, you have to accept that this is God directly. Veneration, you need to understand, I'm the servant, he's the master. Not all these different ideas we're seeing coming into deity worship these days about, the Vrindavan mood. What's our qualification? For that sort of thing. We need to understand the proper mood. And if we approach with the proper mood, then we'll get the result. But if we have some speculation, it will contaminate the result. So very, very important. You get to associate directly with Krishna. That is so powerful. Yes, Maharaj.
in my dealings with both the Iskcon Disciples course and the Bhakti Shastri training is that before you get to values, you have to have people at least comprehend and remember, because if people can't comprehend and remember, they're never going to get to values. They're never going to, nothing goes in and comes out. I think part of it, when you're an educator in some place where you're getting the cream of people dedicated to Iskcon, you have one experience. Where you're an educator in a place where you get the 80%, devotees who come on Sundays and bring some bags of rice and that kind of thing, you get a different crew, a different crowd of people. So at any rate, both things are there, and somehow we have to work with both of those situations. But I can see that that's also the way the Bhakti Shastri courses are designed. In the beginning, we're assessing basic memory skills, and later on we get into assessing kind of a larger scale integration and understanding, and then what we really want at the end of it is values, because that's the ultimate real goal of education, as you put it.
Yeah. Although I do see like a difference, just like for instance with recall. That kind of education is particularly effective with children, because they'll remember so much information and they're able to regurgitate it, but they don't understand the application. Whereas an adult, if one is actually an adult on a human platform, they should understand the purpose of this knowledge. And that's really, that's one element of it. And the other element, I think, is also, the concept of Sambandha, Abhidaya, and Prayojana, is you need to, and that's why we're quite specific about who we admit to the courses, because we need to have some fairly clear idea of where the devotees are at. Because if you get someone, I remember years ago, I made this point several times, we had someone attend the course who didn't even know Srila Prabhupada's pranam mantra. Which, for me, being a member of Iskcon and not knowing a basic thing like Prabhupada's pranam mantra, it's like you're in a different universe. And so, if we understand where the devotee is at and we understand where we want to get them, then we know how to get them there. So.
One more question here,
Yes.
Brenda Mataji.
Yes, Brenda Mataji.
Nishringhana Prabhu, Nishringhavacha Prabhu, thank you so much. This has been so inspiring, because yesterday we talked a lot about it's not education if transformation of the heart doesn't take place, but this is very practical. You've actually been assessing individuals to see how their values are if they've imbibed the values. And although I'd like at some time to hear a lot more about the methods by which you're assessing that, right now I'm asking, what do you do if you see that they have not imbibed the values that you're trying to impart to them?
Yeah, it really depends what lacking we're seeing. Generally speaking, my approach is like, okay, I read a really interesting book years ago. I didn't read the whole thing, but I got a lot out of what I did read. And it was called The 6 Laws of the Teacher. This guy's done 2 books, 7 Laws of the Learner, 7 Laws of the Teacher. So one of the points he made, which I used to have on a frame in my desk, he says, facilitate means causing to learn. So if the student's not learning, it's not their failure, it's my failure. So then I need to look at, and we all understand the different types of intelligences, the learning intelligence where different devotees learn in different ways. So for instance, we have our assessment, like in the temple worship course that I facilitate, we have lots of different types of assessment methods to try to understand where they're coming from. We don't do essays at all, because I just think that is such a waste of time. And I don't want to sit down and mark 40 essays. It's just like, that's just too intense. And really, it's just like they're just regurgitating information. And we found in the past that actually they get on the internet, they do a Google, they find someone who's already written the essay, and they just print it out and give it to you. So what's the value of that kind of stuff, But, so if we're finding that someone is not imbibing, then we need to look at a different way. Just how many different ways can we get at it? But then there's another element of values. We really have how can I put it, a very dim view of plagiarization. If someone does plagiarization, essentially we just say, sorry, you got to leave. We don't tolerate it at all. because we're trying to train Brahmins, and one of the key elements of a Brahmana in Kali Yuga is honesty. And if they can't be honest, they're not in the right place. Yeah? So we're really strict about that. Yeah? So that's just, we could talk about a lot more. I mean, we have a lot of different ways we try to look at their values. Even, we assess them going, and this is something I learned from the VIHE years ago when I attended the second semester they had in Vrindavan for the VIG, and they assessed everyone on their sadhana, which I think, you can say devotees, do they value sadhana? Because if they don't value sadhana, how are they going to bring about the change of heart? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Narsimha Prabhu. And devotees are welcome to continue to interact with Prabhu. Prabhu, are you planning to come back and join us for the feast? During lunchtime? 1:30. So Prabhu is going to be present during the feast at 1:30, and devotees and educators are welcome to interact with Prabhu. Thank you, Narsimha Prabhu, for addressing a very, very important point, very, very important principle, not a point, a principle, which is creating values through this process of education. And the next speaker that I'm going to invite is His Holiness Bhakti Dhir Damodar Maharaj. And His Holiness Bhakti Dhir Damodar Maharaj is going to speak on transformation, the heart of education, or transformation of heart being the education. So His Holiness Bhakti Dhir Damodar Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prisaya Bhutale Samate Bhakti Vedanta Swamniti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvisesa Sanyavadi Pasatade Satarini Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sri Vasari Gaura Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, I'm trying. It's okay? Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for being here. The singer culture Prabhu just mentioned, it is not education if there is no transformation. Transformation, the heart of education. This is our topic. And the heading is Life is a School. And education is a lifelong process. Life is nothing more than the process of reformation. Living in the material universes is like being in school. We are consciously or unconsciously attending different classes and taking various tests in the hope that we will finally graduate to the spiritual world. We have different experiences according to what lessons we must learn for our unfoldment. It's a quotation from His Holiness Bhakti Swami Maharaj, from his Leadership Book 2. Just by being in this material world, just being in the material world alone, and looking at what is happening every day, every second, every minute, we have so much to learn. And these days, if you go to the net, you can also get so many garbages and some few things. All of them are just informations. Education is different. When you look at Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, text 18, and Krishna is talking about the quality, the character of a person who is highly educated. And then he mentioned Vidya Vinaya Sampanne. In translation, Prabhupada used the word Vidya. He said education. Vinaya, gentleness. And Sampanne, one is well equipped. A person who is well equipped with what? Is highly educated. He's a Brahmana. And what is his nature? He's a gentle person. That means he has been transformed. Transformation. Without transformation, it is something else. It is not education. If it is education, it must bring some transformation. In the beginning, schools and universities were not started by scientists. It was the missionaries. Just like in the beginning, the society was divided to Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudra. That is the Vedic civilization. Civilization starts from Sudra. And below that, the same in other divisions. So a Brahmana, what is considered a Pandit, if has been trained and there is a transformation, now he's a transformed, he's a changed person. He has a character of being very gentle because now he's well equipped with knowledge. He's not an ordinary person before he became trained. So education, if it is education, it must bring transformation. Why education should lead us to transformation? There are many educated people who know much but act poorly. This we are seeing every day. Those who speculate, they are speculating from scriptures. The Gyanis, we call them Gyanis, speculators. They are speaking from the scripture. And those who doubt or faithless, they are also becoming faithless and doubtful from hearing scripture from different philosophies or philosophers. Why faithlessness? It should be from those who are not trained. But those who are faithless and doubtful, their doubt is coming from what I've been hearing from different philosophers. And we see that many educated people who know much, but they act poorly. That means the quality of their training was not sufficient, or they are not themselves understanding what they were training, what the training they were getting. Education should help us, knowledge should help us to develop a strong character and potential leadership qualities. A strong character is transformation and potential leadership. For example, we see the life of a great personality like Maharaj Rantidev. What is the vision, the character, and the consciousness of Maharaj Rantidev? He sees everyone in his kingdom as eternal servant of Krishna, and he engaged everyone in Krishna consciousness, in service of Krishna. But he didn't see that everyone has become Krishna. Why? Because the character has been developed. Strong character has developed, and he is now a potential leader with all the wonderful qualities. A leader is different from a manager. A manager, he knows the ability of everyone, and he knows how to use them for what he wants. A leader, he knows everyone, he cares for everyone, he uses everyone for what they need to do, what they will become in the future. He's a leader. He is not just himself a leader, but he makes leaders. That is the quality of one who has undergone a proper training and the character has been developed. In other words, a training without the character, it means it is not education. There's something wrong with it. And it will help us to have to have experience and also the ability to share what we have. That someone has experience, it means that he'll be motivated himself or herself to help others develop the quality that he has. That's a leader. That's the difference between an authentic teacher. Once I was in a television program with His Holiness Dr. Maharaj. And the moderator, he looked at our names, His Holiness Jadweta Swami Maharaj, His Holiness Bhakti Damodara Swami. So he looked at the two of us. It's a black lady. And the white person has His Holiness, the black also has His Holiness. So she asked me, "You are also His Holiness?" I said, "Yes." I told His Holiness, the white man, I said, "Yes, His Holiness, and also I'm Holiness." Are you surprised? He said, "Yes." So I said, "Yes, this is different between Krishna consciousness and Christianity. In Christianity, a pastor is the only holy person, and everyone else has just his servant. You remain where you are, and the pastor remains where he is. When you have a problem, you come and meet him, he's trying to solve it for you. But in Christian consciousness, the leaders also make the congregation leaders as well. That's the difference." And she didn't talk again, she kept quiet. Transformation pumps meaning and inspiration into the system of education. Just like in our body, they had to pump blood into the whole system. In the same way, education should be able to make our life meaningful. When our life becomes meaningful, we also make other people meaningful in their own life. Without the teacher and the student, without the guru and the disciple, the master and the servant, and likewise, not attending the required upliftment on both ends, the process of education becomes hackneyed, dry, and a mere show of intellectual gymnastics. A teacher is called a teacher if he has people to teach. A master is important if he has servants. A guru is important if he has disciples. While knowledge gives power, character is the power itself. While knowledge gives power, character is power. Knowledge helps us to open the door. A character helps us to keep the door open. So, and people say knowledge is power. But it is character that is power. The father of knowledge. The other day we were mentioning Vasudeva, the father of Krishna, he preached all the philosophy in the Bhagavatam. And Kamsa had everything, but he never changed. He was still bent on killing his sister. As soon as character came in, Kamsa became powerless. He dropped the sword in his hand. And not only dropping the sword, Kamsa became repentant and was begging Vasudeva, my dear brother-in-law, I am not to be killed by my sister. The prophecy mentioned I will be killed by the son of my sister. So please, take your wife and go. It's character, it's power. The power of character can check the misuse of the power of knowledge. What are we supposed to do? We don't have to see some situation before we do what we're supposed to do. We will do it because we have to do it. Character. And then when we look also into the Bhagavatam, the sages and the Mesharaya, they didn't ask Shuddha Goswami, teach us the knowledge you have gotten from your teachers. All the masters who have undergone training under them, just give us the knowledge you have gotten from. They didn't say that. They asked Shuddha Goswami, just give us your character. What you have learned from all your teachers, because you are a submissive and humble student. You have gotten all the blessing from your teachers. We don't have the duration of life as you had that will be able to study all the scriptures like you did. We will also don't have the intelligence, the knowledge, ability to understand all the scriptures you have gone through. You are our captain. We have selected you to share with us, to give us what is the essence. In other words, Shuddha Goswami was selected because of the character. Shuddha was not, he was not, before he spoke Bhagavatam, he was not like Bharadwaj Maharaj, who has 60,000 disciples who are all sages. He's a Kulapani. He was there. Sunakarisi himself, who is the master of ceremony, he also has 60,000 disciples who are all sages. But they didn't request him to speak. Shuddha was requested to speak because of character. We have character. In the purport of this verse, Prabhupada said, one should never sit on the assassin if he's not free from the vices. It means what? Without character, one should not sit because we are representing Vyasadeva, who is a character personified. Leadership crisis is not due to knowledge crisis or skill set crisis, but certainly due to character crisis. In our society, we see both in the secular world and also in the spiritual world, in the spiritual circle. Exploitation is always there, both sides. Why exploitation? Character is missing. One who has no character will look at our subject as our property. Because since all of you are my property, it's my right to enjoy you. But one who has character will never see anyone under him or her as his property or her property. We will see all as eternal son of Krishna, like Rantidev Maharaj, and will engage everyone in the service of Lord Krishna. There's character. It's a character crisis that is lacking in the world. The right values are imparted through the medium of right culture. It helps us to focus to reach into the heart of education, that is transformation. If we need to have and facilitate ongoing good association, for that end, we need to create a culture wherein people can imbibe the right value system. Along with the external aspect of culture, its internal foundational element had to be reinforced through steady practice, following in the footsteps of the previous acharyas. Tat tat karma pravartanat sato briti. Following in the footsteps of the acharyas. Okay. Sato briti, we have to follow at the footsteps of acharyas. Many of our acharyas, looking into their lifestyle, no one can become successful in Krishna consciousness, even in the material world, without having someone who is better than us, one who knows better than us, someone who can teach us. Like the Muni, he developed the taste for Krishna consciousness by associating with the Bhaktivedantas who are character and who have character and they can transform. He became transformed just by association with the Bhaktivedantas, and he confessed the nature of the Bhaktivedantas became attractive to me. Hare Krishna.
Maharaj, thank you so very much. We'll take some questions. Any questions? Okay, 1 second. This way, Krishnendu Prabhu, please hurry up.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Maharaj. On the last slide, it was mentioning about association as a way to develop this character. Could you expand more, like, what's the method that the character is developed within the individual? How do we help others to develop character?
Very good. The last person I called was Narada Muni. So in the Bhagavatam, Narada Muni said, although I am a boy, I was not into playing football and cricket. Because the nature of I say cricket because we're in India, and I say football because I'm a Nigerian. We play football. Yes, Narada Muni mentioned that specifically. I was not frivolous. It's a quality. Then he continued to mention, I was very, very gentle and submissive. I was very attentive to the Bhaktivedantas. I was not naughty. Therefore, these wonderful qualities gave him full attention. That means he was connected with the Bhaktivedantas. The connection is very important. Without connection, nothing will work. If the spiritual master is bona fide and the disciple is not bona fide, there's no connection, nothing will work. If the student is bona fide, the guru is not bona fide, nothing will work. They must be bona fide. Like the Muni was bona fide, a student. The sages were bona fide. Transformation took place. Sukadeva Goswami is bona fide. Parikshit Maharaj is bona fide. Transformation took place immediately. Arjuna is bona fide. Krishna is bona fide. Transformation took place immediately. Both must be bona fide. So there must be submissiveness. If we want to hear, there are certain qualities we need to have. If you want to hear, anyone who wants to hear must have certain qualities. What is that? We must have faith in the speaker. If you have no faith in the speaker, you will not hear anything. Bhagavatam Lord Krishna said eagerness to hear. You must be eager. What is eager to hear? If you go to the class already tired, you are not going to hear anything. If you are going to the class already believe, oh, what he's going to speak, I already know it and I know better. The sloka he quoted, he didn't quote it perfectly. I know it better than him. You will not hear anything. We must be submissive. We must be faithful. We must be humble. We must be eager to hear. Now the Muni has all these qualities. Therefore, there was transformation.
Questions? Here, with Prabhu, here please.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you very much for the wonderful class on transformation. Maharaj, in your presentation you have put a wonderful sentence. I'll repeat it. Leadership crisis is not due to knowledge crisis, skill set crisis, but it is because of character crisis. My doubt is, when he is knowledgeable, how crisis for character develops?
Thank you for your question. I did mention the Gyanis, their speculation is coming from where? From the scripture. I also mentioned that those who are doubtful about religion, their doubt is coming from where? From hearing the scriptures, from hearing different philosophers speaking. Today, our education is what? Information. It is not knowledge. One of the professors in I forgot the university in America. He said, this is a professor who is teaching in the university. He said, our universities today are producing highly skilled barbarians because we have no culture for the student. It's not a Hare Krishna person speaking. It is a professor in the school that is teaching. So we call that education? No.
The question on this side, maybe you have to stand. Okay.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you very much. I always notice that charity is something that comes with the soul, because sometimes you can notice, since the child, you notice the child that have character and some other childs don't, and then they grow up and sometimes they develop this tendency. That's not I mean, my question is, charity is not related to the soul? Charity is not related to the soul, like karma or the soul, because I notice sometimes a child doesn't have charity since they are little. And my question is, it's not related to the soul?
Character is developed.
It's developed.
Yes. Right from the beginning of birth, what was the nature of King Vena? From birth. He was already demonic. And the father tried the best he could to change him, he couldn't. Right from childhood. Then opposite of that, we look at Prahlad Maharaj. His father also tried, but he couldn't succeed. Because he's already a devotee. Nothing can enter. Prahlad Maharaj said, I cannot act independently because the Lord has already made me. I have to function under his direction. He came right from because it's developed. While he was in the womb, now the money had already trained him. So he was already developed. When he came out, he came out all these wonderful qualities. The same with King Vena. When he came out, he also came with demanding quality. But it can change. Therefore, a character can be developed. And that is the purpose of education, to help us develop these qualities, which are natural. They are natural qualities of the soul. Natural qualities of the soul. But because we have been in the material world, we have undergone a lot of transformation negatively. Therefore, we need a transcendental transformation to return us back to the origin. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Maharaj. What are the check and balances for character? Because we may see people who, and we have seen it, in fact, people who externally, they behave like devotees, or they may have, but character is such a subtle thing, motivation, and so how do we actually check someone is going off track?
One of the reasons why we should study the scripture, some people are going to speak about studying the scripture. One of the reasons why we should study the scriptures is to help us understand where someone is going wrong, even using the scripture. If we are trained, a Christian is in the heart of all living entities, and if we are very sincere, a Christian will show us who is cheating using his name and who is actually the right person. Both of them are the same thing. Who is actually wrong and who is right. So we have to be sincere ourselves. They will know exactly who is sincere. A devotee will know who is a devotee. A demon will know who is a demon, even without introduction. So the best way to protect ourselves is ourselves to be very, very sincere and honest. And Christian will show you will never be cheated. If you yourself are very sincere and honest, Christian will show you who is a devotee and who is not a devotee, who is pretending. Because both are in the same place.
Maharaj, thank you so very much. His Holiness Bhakti Devi Damodar Maharaj, who shared such an important topic with us, continuing on our theme of changing of the heart and transformation. Chaitanya Prasad Prabhu, can you just give me that clicker and also open the shutter? At the Ministry of Education, we feel that one of the most potent ways to have that transformation of heart is going back to the ABC. Association was one topic that was talked about, and books is what we would like to talk about. We are very grateful to the GBC body and would like to share with you this good news that we've embarked upon a project at the ministry, and which will require a lot of support and help from devotees worldwide. But the focus and the name of the project is called Books Are the Basis. I put this presentation in monochrome. Those who are familiar with color schemes, basics, black and white. That's how much clearer it should be for every devotee within Iskcon, especially educators, that we must read Srila Prabhupada's books every day. And that's what's going to create reading, understanding, accepting, practicing, realizing. If an educator can do that in their own life, then we have something to offer. And we're reaching out to the educators community today to share with you a project for which we have received an approval. I'm going to give very quick, in 2 or 3 minutes, the scope of the project, what we're trying to do, and then I'm going to invite 2 of my colleagues to talk in greater details about it. Books are the basis. It's a project by Ministry of Education to enhance the culture of reading Srila Prabhupada's books regularly every day. What do we want to achieve? It's our heart's desire, and I'm sure it's something that every single Iskcon devotee would relate to. We want Srila Prabhupada's books to be the most widely read spiritual books in the world, and nothing short of it. We've heard so many times that we'd like Iskcon, the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, to be chanted in every town and village. And for that there's a serious necessity that this valuable literature that our founder Acharya, His Divine Grace, has produced becomes the most widely read in the whole world. This is the vision. What is our mission? Our mission is inside focused. Is focused on ourselves and the members of this movement, that they must commit to read Prabhupada's books every day. Yes, we will go for the Bhagavatam class, we will attend the Bhagavad Gita class, but we will read Srila Prabhupada's books every day, and it should be a commitment by every educator that we're going to do so. Now this project has deliverables, something we've set out to do. We are going to utilize technology. We already have more than, my colleagues are going to share more with you. But we are actually reaching out, talking and recording devotees who are doing this as a practice. Devotees who are reading Prabhupada's books every day. We are talking to them and capturing their inspiration. And we're going to share that. What is the outcome? How would we really see, if we have to measure how this project is making progress or not? We would like to see that more and more reading clubs where devotees get together, either read together or share together, discuss together, Srila Prabhupada's books are established. So we are going to compile a list, a directory of how these reading clubs are, how many there are today, and over the period of next few years we're going to keep track of it to see whether the project is having an impact. We are also going to undertake a process, a way in which we're going to capture the personal experiences of devotees, anecdotes, character transformation. We are trying to get devotees to share that with us. It's going to be available on our project website or our platform where devotees' experiences will be shared. In addition, we are going to produce, in collaboration with His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu, a specific seminar, training, course, you call it whatever. But this seminar is going to focus on what should be the mood of a devotee when they actually pick up Srila Prabhupada's books. How should they start reading? What are the ways in which, without getting overwhelmed by looking at the volumes of books, we can systematically go through Srila Prabhupada's books. So this is a training that will be done within this year and be available to all the devotees. In addition, we have finally received, we are going to collaborate with all the ministries. As you would have seen in this symposium, every part of Iskcon is an educational arm. Be it the DT worship ministry, be it the book distribution ministry, be it the youth ministry, and over the last 24 hours or so you've heard various ministers come and speak, and a few more will come today to talk about what they're trying to do, but we're collaborating. But as of yesterday, we have formally received an approval that much like Iskcon has a Harinam, Holy Name Week for Kirtan, once in a year, which is on the calendar of Iskcon, we received an approval that we'll have 1 week dedicated for reading Srila Prabhupada's books, where the leaders, temple leaders, presidents, etc., and we'll require to inspire them. But it's going to be now formally part of the calendar. We are going to carry out an effort, and I believe that in the next 1, 2 or 3 years, this movement will catch on. But that's now been approved, and we're going to carry out that effort, where formally this would be done. Devotees will will continue. It's not that reading of Prabhupada's book should only happen in this 1 week. No, that's not the idea. The idea is that week is utilized for the leaders to come in front of the communities and say, we have to focus on this. What will they do? We will provide them resources. We have all these inspirational videos. They will be available. We'll provide the training. The leaders can conduct their own seminars to train the devotees, encourage the devotees. They can sit with everybody, read and study. Plus, they must establish within their community study clubs. Smaller clubs where devotees get together and study. So that is the whole notion. The date is, and the details of that my colleagues will share with you. We are also going to work, but this will take probably 2 years. We are going to work on a first-class book or a publication which is called Books Are the Basis. Much like the Sri Namamrita, which allows, or Preaching is the Essence book, which allows devotees to read everyday snippets on the importance of chanting the holy name or the importance of preaching. This book is going to be a book, and our objective, our mandate for this book is that if a devotee or a newcomer reads this book, we'll try to make it not too voluminous, but if they read this book, they should be able to prioritize reading of Srila Prabhupada's books as the number one urgent thing that they must do in their life every day and over every other literature that may be available within Iskcon. So that's the purpose of this book. So these are our deliverables, and we're going about it systematically. We seek support. We're seeking support from GBC members, gurus, sannyasis, temple presidents, all of you, to talk about this regularly. We will try and provide you resources. If you have done something in your communities or doing this regularly, please share with us through the ministry, and this project we're going to share with everyone. So that's what we're expecting when we've already started. We've already started. In fact, today, during the lunch break, we are going to request as many of you who feel inspired about this topic to please give us a talk. Devarishi Prabhu, who's here, who I'm going to invite now, and Tom Prabhu, where is he? Yes, Tom. They are going to record you. It's going to be 5 to 7 minutes talk here in this venue, or they'll direct you to a venue where we want you to speak about this topic of reading Prabhupada's books. I'm going to now invite His Grace Shivas Prabhu and His Grace Devarishi Prabhu, who are very kindly and very diligently taking this project forward and inspiring many devotees to get engaged. So Shivas Prabhu and Devarishi Prabhu, please come and share with us. Hare Krishna.
Om Gyanatimirasya Gyanan Gyanashalakaya Kshakshuram Litam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Hare Krishna. So we just heard from His Holiness Bhakti Damodara Maharaj the importance of transformation. So, how do we bring about this transformation that Maharaj spoke about? Srila Prabhupada was very, very clear about how to bring about this transformation in the lives of devotees. And that is why Srila Prabhupada, before he left for the West, he made sure that he had translated the first canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam and other books before he embarked on his trip to the US. So therefore we have here, books are the basis. for us as members of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, books are the basis. Srila Prabhupada's books are the basis. And therefore we see how Srila Prabhupada spent the rest of his life making sure that he made these books available for us. And so for character transformation to take place, devotees have to dive deep into this aspect of reading Srila Prabhupada's books on daily basis. So this project, as His Grace Tapanamiswara Prabhu has already said, it is a Ministry of Education project for bringing about the transformation, the required transformation that is needed to bring about a total progress in our movement. In other words, if all the members of the Hare Krishna movement, if we all take to Srila Prabhupada's books very seriously, if we all commit ourselves to reading Srila Prabhupada's books on daily basis, these powerful books, powerful message, the mood and mission of Srila Prabhupada, the bhav of Srila Prabhupada will enter into our minds, it will enter into our hearts, it will enter into our beings, and it will transform us. So therefore, we all need Srila Prabhupada's books. So this project is to inspire devotees, is to encourage devotees, is to bring about a revolution in the lives of devotees by reading Srila Prabhupada's books. Okay. So here we have Srila Prabhupada is a great medium. Bhagavata Giya Pura Bhagavata Stani. One should hear and study the Srimad Bhagavatam from the person Bhagavatam. It is said that there are two types of Bhagavatams. The book Bhagavat and the personality Bhagavat. So Srila Prabhupada is that personality Bhagavat who made available the book Bhagavat. So if we simply read Srila Prabhupada's books, imbibe the message, digest the message properly on regular basis, definitely the power of the Srimad Bhagavatam will sink into our hearts and will transform our hearts into pure Krishna conscious hearts. So Prabhupada says here in a letter to Amarendra Prabhu, January 31st, 1972, I want to turn over the management to my disciples as I am desiring to devote my time now simply for translating the books like Srimad Bhagavatam. So if you study my books very carefully, then I am sure you will find out the means for applying this Krishna consciousness philosophy in all spheres of life. There is no limitation. So Srila Prabhupada is saying that he wants to give, at one point he wanted to give up management, administration, and just focus on translating the books because he knew that these books are the means by which the world can be changed. So therefore, if we as followers of Srila Prabhupada, we as members of the Hare Krishna movement, if we take these books very seriously and every blessed day we associate with these books, actually by reading these books every day, we are directly associating with His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada. Knowing everything. Krishna knows everything. And he claims that if anyone knows him, then he also knows everything. So knowledge means to know only that Krishna is the proprietor of everything, that Krishna is a friend of everyone, that Krishna is the enjoyer of everything. These three things, proprietor, friend, and enjoyer. If somebody knows this, he's actually wise. Here's a letter to Sri Govinda, March 5th, 1972. So Srila Prabhupada is giving us the secret of success, the secret of peace, the secret of transformation, the secret of progress in Krishna consciousness. If we just understand these three principles, that Krishna is the proprietor, Krishna is the friend, and Krishna is the enjoyer. If we understand these three principles, then transformation will take place. The living entity is struggling in this material world because he does not understand these three principles. He has placed himself in the place of Krishna. The living entity is thinking, I'm the friend of all living entities, I am the enjoyer of everything I see, and I'm the proprietor of the material energy. That is the wrong notion. And because of this, everyone is suffering in this material world. So Srila Prabhupada is giving us his books, this knowledge, that if we just study them, we imbibe them, and we follow them, then we can be free from this situation, and we can actually become very, very blissful in our spiritual lives. Increase or maintain. Now you have everything: respect, philosophy, money, temples, books, all these things I have given. But I am an old man, and my notice is already there. Now it is up to you all how to manage it. If you cannot increase it, you should at least maintain what I have given you. Letter to Jagannath Sutta, August 26, 1975. Srila Prabhupada is getting closer to winding up his pastimes in this world. So he's sounding a warning that my time is getting closer. And please, increase whatever I've given you. And if you cannot increase what I've given you, then maintain. So Srila Prabhupada has given us these books. We should increase this knowledge all over the whole world. And at least if you cannot, we should maintain. In other words, we should read these books every day. We should imbibe this knowledge every day and maintain our spiritual life. But Srila Prabhupada will be most happy if we can increase this knowledge by a lot of distribution, a lot of preaching, and get more people to read, more people to associate with the knowledge. Srila Prabhupada will be most pleased. Great responsibility. This great responsibility is in your charge. I have given you all the guidance and hints, and it is described in all my books. Now it is up to you. Please keep our principles firmly, and everything will come out successfully. This is Mukunda, February 1st, 1974. So it is a great responsibility to be a leader in the Hare Krishna movement. It is our responsibility to study Srila Prabhupada's books. It is our responsibility to read on a daily basis, and it's also our responsibility to inspire others to read Srila Prabhupada's books. So in one letter, Srila Prabhupada writes to Hamsadutta Prabhu that it is the duty of the leaders to inspire devotees to read Srila Prabhupada's books, his books, on a daily basis. So it is a great responsibility for us to inspire others to read Srila Prabhupada's books, and this way we can inspire the whole world to read Srila Prabhupada's books. The secret of success. If you simply reproduce what I have tried to explain in those books, surely you will come out victorious. Even in the midst of so many great mundane scholars, the description given in these books are not mundane speculations, but they are authorized versions of liberated souls presented by our humble self. So the strength is not in us, the strength is not in us, but the strength is in the Supreme Lord. And we have simply presented them without any adulteration in a humble service spirit. That is the secret of success. The secret of success is to repeat what we have heard from the authorities. What Prabhupada has given us. If we simply imbibe that and simply repeat that, then that is our success. So just by studying these books, nicely, imbibing them nicely, and repeating them, sharing them, then we shall make great progress in our Krishna consciousness. In one letter also, Srila Prabhupada says, reading is one thing, but sharing is another thing. When you read his books, don't keep it to yourself. You should share. And somewhere else, Srila Prabhupada says that the more we share, the more we get. If we read, we imbibe, and we discuss with others, we increase the bliss of discussion, we increase the bliss of Krishna consciousness, and in this way, we expand the bliss of reading Srila Prabhupada's books. That we have to do in order to bring the whole world to read Srila Prabhupada's books. Appreciating Srila Prabhupada. I was just appreciating how in every way you have provided for your disciples in every respect, in every aspect. You have created this movement. So we have beautiful temples. You have given us this wonderful philosophy in your books. In every way you have provided. You have given us these places. Vrindavan Temple, Mayapur Temple. This is in the room conversation, July 1st, 1977. So this is Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, who was appreciating Srila Prabhupada. So Srila Prabhupada has given us everything. He has given us his books. He has given us the society. He has given us the temples. He has given us so many things. How are we using it in the fulfillment of Srila Prabhupada's mission? And that begins with how much are we reading his books? How much are we imbibing his books? And how much are we spreading the message of his books? So if we do like this, then Srila Prabhupada will be so happy, and we shall also be very happy, and the world will be a very beautiful place for us. So it is our duty to read his books and share with others. My first business is to give the devotees the proper knowledge and engage them in devotional service so that is not very difficult task for you. I have given you everything. So read and speak from the books, and so many new lights will come out. We have got so many books. So if we go on preaching from them for the next 10,000 years, there is enough stock. It's a letter to Sasaru Maharaj, June 26, 1972. So Srila Prabhupada says our first business is this knowledge of Krishna consciousness. We have to read. We have to study. We have to make it a regular practice. And then many lights will come out. The more we read, actually Srila Prabhupada's purports are full of amazing information. The more we read, the more we can begin to understand that there is much more than we can even imbibe. Anytime you read Srila Prabhupada's books, his purports, there's always some new realization. So the more we read his books, the more we have realizations, and the more realizations we get, the more we can enlighten the world, and the more the world becomes enlightened, the more we can really relish Krishna consciousness in this world. So I will hand over to my colleague here, Devarishi Prabhu, to continue.
Hare Krishna. So since about 1 year, when we started to speak about that project after Purnima, I have been, I get the idea to get in touch with devotee and asking them if they read or if they don't read Prabhupada books, and asking them to make a recording, audio or video. And actually I discovered by doing that type of activity that some devotees are reading regularly and testing Krishna consciousness. Some devotees are reading regularly but not so much testing. Some devotees are not reading regularly and not testing. One time I asked one sannyasi, in Europe, I said, Maharaj, we have this project about reading Prabhupada books. Can you help us? And he told me, I like the idea, but I'm not reading myself. So it's difficult to ask devotee to read if we don't read ourselves. A few days ago, I was asking one devotee, young devotee, means Grihastha, in Mayapur, and I said, Prabhu, can I interview you? He told me, yes, I was reading when I was brahmachari, but now I have a child. He's always making noise in night, I cannot sleep, so I cannot read. So actually, it's a challenge to reach Srila Prabhupada books in our world. Most of us, we have many activities, we are very busy for many services, many discussion, lot of preaching, lot of activities like that. But how to evaluate our connection with Srila Prabhupada books? When we read Srila Prabhupada books, Srila Prabhupada is teaching us. It's very difficult for our mind to be with Prabhupada books, but because he's always preaching to us, you know. It is like washing the brain, the consciousness. So actually, if I realize that even if we always can have a better quality reading, better quantity reading, better quantity transformation, like Maharaj was saying, you know, how to become more aware about the importance of Srila Prabhupada books. And I did some experience since 1 year. On myself, I say, okay, I am reading Prabhupada books, but how can I increase the quality reading? How can I increase a little quantity, means every day, something every day? And I realize actually that it's not so difficult when it is gradually. If we ask every devotee in Iskcon to read 1 hour a day or 2 hours a day, it can be like the Himalayas, you know. It's too much, you know, for many devotees. But if we are aware about the importance of reading Srila Prabhupada books, and if we can add something ourselves, means better reading and sharing with other person. This is the idea of the reading group, you know, like here, in our community. Like I am in touch with some devotee in Africa, because I was in Togo a few months ago, and there is a small group in Benin. One devotee is not initiated, and he started to mix with other devotees, no initiation, no temple in that part of the world, and they are starting to read Upadeshamrita. But they don't even have the book Upadeshamrita. So I was in Togo for teaching Bhakti Shastri in French, and they make a photocopy of one book Upadeshamrita, and they are using one book, photocopy, and reading together. Once a week, for 1 hour a week, you know. So most of us, we are living here, we have plenty of books, you know, especially in English or in other countries, plenty of books. In Mayapur, it's full of books. But some devotees, when there are no books, sometimes they value the books more than most of us, you know. So it is why if in that project, like Tapad Mishra Prabhu was saying, it's an education project. Actually, I am surprised that we have this project because we don't read Prabhupada books daily. We have no association with other people, and we are not representative of Prabhupada books. This project is not supposed to exist, in my opinion. Because if we are in Iskcon and taking seriously Srila Prabhupada books, at any position, leadership, ordinary devotee, middle devotee, means we are supposed to associate with Srila Prabhupada because he's our founder Acharya. He's the founder Acharya of Iskcon, Bhaktivedanta Institute, and Bhaktivedanta Book Trust. He's our Acharya. You know? So if he's our Acharya, we need to imbibe his teaching. Otherwise, what is our place in that Iskcon? If we don't accept Srila Prabhupada as Acharya, what is our place? A few days ago, I was in a presentation by Antardvip Prabhu in the theater. Huh? He was speaking about, you know, the TOVP, all this thing, you know, the chandelier like that. And a few questions were there. The few questions were challenging Prabhupada books. So it is why if we are not convinced about Srila Prabhupada books, we have a lot of problems, individually, collectively, in any yatra. Iskcon is full of problems in one sense. You know? But it is why Srila Prabhupada is very intelligent. He put everything in his book. So if we associate with the book, we can understand what is to be a devotee of Krishna. You know? Otherwise, what is our chance? We can be wearing Dhoti, sari, tilak, all these things externally, but what is inside, you know? So in order to develop this awareness about Srila Prabhupada books, we need really to check our real situation with Srila Prabhupada, and also to try to do a little more for ourselves and add a few devotees. It is why, you know, we try to have a lot of importance on the reading groups in our community. Groups means starting from 2. Yes, 2. And during the break, you know, I'm with Dr. Thomas, who is here. Can stand, Thomas.
Please bring him also on the stage because I'm going to introduce the team.
Okay, yes.
Yes.
We are going to try to to record the devotee we wanted. I already approached quite a few of you, you know, in the last weeks, about what is your realization about Srila Prabhupada books, what are the benefits individually, collectively, and how we can help Iskcon to become more as Srila Prabhupada wanted. Means Srila Prabhupada said, I'm just finishing like that, in introduction to Bhagavad Gita, it said, if by reading Srila Prabhupada Bhagavad Gita, if one devotee becomes a pure devotee, his mission is going to be a success. So actually, I really understand that to be member, follower of Srila Prabhupada, we have a great responsibility, and we can increase our dedication to that movement by more reading, studying, apply, and realize these books. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Devarshi Prabhu and Shivas Prabhu. And I quickly wanted to introduce the team. We also have, Devarishi Prabhu, Shivas Prabhu. We have Bhakti Tom, also Vasudev, Krishna Prabhu, if you can come on the stage. In addition, we have Vanmali Prabhu from Mumbai. Is Vanmali Prabhu present here? Is he still in Mayapur? Okay. And Nadia Bihari Prabhu. Okay, so we have a team of about 6 devotees who are actually working in the project. So it's not, as I shared with you, this is not a project in the air. The work has already started. You can actually go to our website here and you can already see some of the resources that they've started to develop. If you have some resources that you develop, you can share it with us on the Google Drive. Yes, that's the intention. So here is the team, here are the devotees who are coordinating and taking this forward. We've done it systematically in a way that 2 devotees are coordinating, and Nadia Bihari Prabhu is taking care of the technology aspect. Bhakti Tom is also helping us with the recording, and hopefully in the future also with developing some brochures and marketing material if his time permits. But if you feel inspired to participate in the project and become part of the team, please do let us know. We really need a lot of help in this regard. And on a lighter note, as Devarishi Prabhu, we hope that this project will become redundant very soon. You know, we can close this project. There'll be no more need for this project because, you know, everybody is reading Prabhupada's books in Iskcon every single day. So, you know, why have something like this running? Thank you so much. We won't be taking questions. Sorry?
If some devotees are interested by the project, want to know a little more and participate, I'm going to invite devotees at the end of this place.
3 o'clock you can be present here. You can interact with the team.
Yes, like that.
Thank you. The next speaker that I'd like to invite, building on this theme of reading Srila Prabhupada's books daily, Srila Prabhupada of course wanted that within his movement there are Bhakti Shastris, there are Bhakti Vaibhavs, there are Bhakti Vedantas and Bhakti Sarvabhaumas. And I'm going to invite on the stage His Grace Atul Krishna Prabhu, who is the chairperson of the Board of Examiners, the body which as part of the Ministry of Education is authorized to award every center the certificate by which they can award these degrees. So Atul Krishna Prabhu, I'm going to put your presentation on the screen. Are you able to find the folder? Okay. Yes. So if you are able to if devotees read Prabhupada's books daily, Prabhupada really wanted that if devotees are reading Srila Prabhupada's books daily, they should also get these titles. They should get these titles in such a way that they can be called Bhakti Shastris, Bhakti Vaibhavas, Bhakti Vedantas and Bhakti Sarvabhaumas. So in that spirit, Atul Krishna Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Vandeham Shri Guru Shijata Paragamanam Shri Gurun Vaishtavangscha Shri Rupam Shagarajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vidang Tangsha Jivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Vidangscha Mantra Guru Ajota Shikha Guru Gontar Charane Age Koriya Bandhan Vanchakalpa Turubeshta Kripa Sindhuve Bacham Paditna Pavaneva Vaishnaveva Namo Namaha Srila Prabhupada ki. To get an idea of what Srila Prabhupada's vision for the Shastric degrees is, we can read this statement. I want that all of my spiritual sons and daughters will inherit this title of Bhaktivedanta, so that the family transcendental diploma will continue through the generations. Those possessing the title of Bhaktivedanta will be allowed to initiate disciples. Maybe by 1975, all of my disciples will be allowed to initiate and increase the numbers of the generations. That is my program. So, looking at this statement, Prabhupada is he's associating the Bhakti Vedanta degree with initiating being initiating guru. And he's also indicating that he's wanting all of his disciples to be allowed to initiate by 1975 means that they're Bhakti Vedanta. That's the vision that Prabhupada had in 1969, that all of his disciples would have got a Bhakti Vedanta degree by 1975. So let's have a look actually at the actual statistics of devotees in the movement up to this date. These figures are taken from the 50th anniversary report that we had. 50th anniversary report. So these are the figures. Maybe I'm better here, actually. So if you take the whole of Iskcon as around about, we hear the figure of 100,000 initiated devotees. That's the approximate figure that was given in the 50th anniversary report, about 100,000 initiated devotees. So out of that, we have around about 9,000 devotees, they're here, that have done Bhakti Shastri. So actually that's quite an achievement, actually, 9,000 devotees. And to carry on, Bhakti Vaibhav, we have around about 375, maybe a little more now, a little more, maybe, because these are figures from last year, so around about 400 or so devotees. So out of that's there, that out of 100,000, that's 0.03 or 0.3 or 0.4%. Bhakti, if we're looking at 100,000 initiated devotees, then we haven't got 1% with Bhakti Vaibhav degrees. And there's no statistical evidence of the existence of Bhakti Vedanta or Bhakti Sarvabhauma. There's no statistical evidence of their existence. We have, for the Bhakti Vedanta graduates, last year we graduated 10, 15 devotees, but so that doesn't, in 100,000, that doesn't show. And also the centers. So this is just a number of degrees that we have statistically. And in terms of centers that we're providing, wherein we provide if you were to consider 100 100% of the centers, and once again we're drawing on the figure that was given in the 50th anniversary report, where it mentions around about 750, including temples and people, something that's got the name Iskcon, people affiliate with it, like a preaching center, even Namhata centers, like 750. So out of those, there are around about 70 centers where you can get Bhakti Shastri. And there are 10 centers that are functioning, that are running a Bhakti Vaibhav program. So that means that, in terms of the probability when you come to the movement, that it's unlikely at the moment that you'll get accessibility to the degree program. That's kind of statistically where we're standing. Now to look at we'll keep that one there for a while. To look at interesting again to note when we look closer at the figures, that figure of 9,000 graduates, actually that looks quite good. How many Bhakti Shastri graduates here? I'm hoping we'll get 100%. In a symposium like this, yeah. So it's good, very healthy, at least 80%. Now what's interesting is that more than half of the Bhakti Shastri degrees that have in Iskcon have been awarded from 2 centers. More than half are coming from 2 centers. The most are from Mayapur Institute. Last night we were in the Mayapur Institute closing ceremony, 150 graduates last night, so more than 5,000 graduates, so more than half, sorry, more than 3,500 graduates from the Mayapur Institute, and a couple of thousand from Chalpati. So those 2 temples actually are taking you could say the credit goes to those 2 centers for the whole of the movement, and that's why the rest of it's not available. So firstly, we like to, at this point, the Board of Examiners and speaking in front of such eminent educationists and Brahmins in the movement, that we publicly want to give credit to the work of the Mayapur Institute in terms of actually achieving such a wonderful program. In Mayapur, Panchanga Bhakti, Sadhu Shanga Nam Kirtan, Bhagavat Shrabon, Maturava Shri Mutir Shadaya Shebon, Shokal Shadan Shresto E Pachanga. Of all the items you can do, residing in the Dham, hearing Srimad Bhagavatam, associating with devotees, E Pache Alpa Shanga Krishna Prem Janmaya. This is so powerful that even a little of them can awaken Krishna Prem. So this project in Mayapur is such a success for the Ministry of Education, actually. The effect that this is having on Mayapur project and on Iskcon worldwide. So that's wonderful. We want to keep that going, but what we want to look at is improving in this area. Improving in this area and having a look at, what we're doing, actually what we're doing wrong, that can help us, sustain this and then improve in this area. So it was interesting during the ILS presentation, when I was presenting these topics, I was drawing points from the leaders about the obstacles that they face in setting up the degree programs in their various centers. And the 3 main topics, the 3 main points that came up were we don't have the teachers, and we don't have the time. And the third one was that, we don't really know about it anyway. It's kind of mysterious. We don't know, how do you become a Bhakti Shastri center? How do you become where do the degrees come from? It's not easy to find out about. And, to become a teacher currently, because the current system that we require is that, of course, teacher training is so important, and that's also a responsibility of the ministry to provide teacher training. Now, if we're requiring a standard of teacher training for a certain eligibility to teach, the ministry has to ensure that training is easily available. Currently it's not. The teacher training program that is compulsory for you to become a teacher, that teacher training program is hard to find and mostly available in India. Not available in a few other places where we invested in teacher training. The degree programs are like Melbourne, the degree programs are very successful. But so many places that can't find a teacher. And also you're required to take a Bhakti Shastri course to become a teacher. And the Bhakti Shastri course is not available. Apart from, as we mentioned, mostly you have to come to India. So the system that we had actually was requiring for a person to become a Bhakti Shastri teacher that they actually require 6 months of free time to first of all take Bhakti Shastri, and that may mean not in their local area available, so go, perhaps come to India, take the Bhakti Shastri and then take teacher training, so a 6-month investment to become a teacher. Now on the board of examinations, we've been discussing over the last 18 months, and we felt that actually that it would be a huge number of devotees in our movement who are qualified to teach Shastra, who in terms of their spiritual standing, in terms of their basic capacity to teach, also as a preacher, as a leader. Devotees are generally quite communicative. And in terms of their desire, a very strong desire to actually regularly teach Prabhupada's books, and many of those people may not have 6 months of free time available. And we felt that making that component, that quality as well, that also you need 6 months of free time available, we thought that was unstrategic way of setting up this program. Because so many people who don't have 6 months available can be very qualified and very capable Shastric teachers. So we're not taking advantage of those people. So let's see what we came up with in order to address this situation and try to get some improvement here. Now, this is another interesting statement that Srila Prabhupada made again in 1969. With these examinations, I wish to encourage all my disciples to very carefully learn the philosophy of Krishna consciousness, because there is so many preachers who will be required to bring the message to all newcomers, to all corners of the earth. So yes, to produce preachers, and preachers are produced on the basis of this statement by Srila Prabhupada as a result of regularly studying his books and learning the philosophy which is in his books. So therefore, Prabhupada said that we can, from this statement we can actually understand what is the purpose of the degree program. Because as we've been hearing from our colleagues and inspired leaders of the Generate Interest in Reading Srila Prabhupada's Books Committee, that it's a problem that devotees have. Once you get reasonably fixed up in philosophy, unless you have a specific reason, you don't regularly read. It's a rare soul that just every day reads because it's my duty. Those of us who are teaching Shastra, we manage to keep it going because we prepare for classes and that keeps you rolling. But just that soul that just I read because we have to read an hour a day, every devotee's read. It's a rare soul that actually does that. And from this statement it appears that Prabhupada also suspected such a circumstance may eventuate. Therefore he said to encourage my disciples to learn the philosophy, to read the books. To encourage them to read the books. Because if I can, in addition to, I have to root out a duty, but if on the way I can get some encouragement to get a degree, then that will encourage me to read, to regularly read, just for that purpose. And that was Prabhupada's idea. The devotees, by 1975, if he wanted all of his disciples to have Bhakti Vedanta, that means that through regular reading, you're gradually getting the different degrees. Therefore, in his comments, he mentions time and time again examinations. Examinations. This is the actual system that Srila Prabhupada envisioned, and actually he uses the term Bhakti Shastri examinations and exams, and he uses that more than 50 times in his discussion on the degree topic, examinations. And in 1996, actually, the GBC, is this too loud? Wow. Sorry. Just turn down the gears a little here. Thanks for that body language, but if you hadn't done that, I would have just, completely turned everybody off for the next half an hour. Wow. So anyway, actually the original mandate of this committee was it's because there's no speaker on the stage. You can't hear yourself, right? The mandate of this committee was to actually write the examinations. write the examinations. And so we felt that seeing that Prabhupada did actually envision this method, that there could be centralized examinations and devotees who are regularly reading can become eligible to take those exams. And therefore that will inspire them, motivate them to keep regularly reading, and when they're ready to take the exams, then the Board of Examiners has taken the step to actually fulfill this aspect of Prabhupada's mission and work on a centralized assessment program, as he's mentioning, Prabhupada here, to encourage. So now, you know, we have resources that the IT revolution have had to actually make it very easy for devotees to, in all different types of circumstances, regularly read Prabhupada's books and go through the standard assessment that is prepared. They can read on their own, or as I mean, I feel like it feels like an Indian wedding here. I just met the girl. I'm going to spend my whole life with her. Right? These two groups. I mean, we're designed for each other. As Tapan Mishra Prabhu said that, you know, little Tapan Mishra Prabhu said, smaller clubs, reading clubs. Smaller reading clubs to make it easy. Get together a few devotees, start reading, and then when you're ready, you can sit exams. So this is what we're working on. We've developed a study and teach program to basically empower that enthusiastic devotee, that preacher or that leader, to begin teaching Bhakti Shastri, and at the same time he can also take his assessment. So we're preparing an online teacher training program, something reasonably fundamental that will orientate the students on how to function, on how to run the program, how to do assessment if they've got a group of students with them, how to do the assessment, how to organize the classes, etc. That type of training will be there. Basic communication skills, all the things that you could expect, as much as we can get online. And also we can have the option that students can upload a presentation that they do, and that can be assessed. So although an in-campus teacher training course is obviously more effective, and that also the ministry will continue to develop and provide, but for those who don't have their luxury to be able to spend months taking that training, we have to provide something. And this we feel will be sufficient to actually empower them to begin teaching Prabhupada's books. So we're working on the assessment questions. Currently we are about half of the way through the Bhakti Shastri questions and slightly less than a third of the way through the Bhakti Vaibhav questions. And we got a team of around 20 teachers who are helping us develop those questions. And also we'll have the system, as Prabhupada mentioned, and we were discussing last night at the Mayapur Institute closing ceremony, the Prabhupada mentioned about closed book assessment. Originally Prabhupada mentioned there'll be closed book tests, and those who quote verses will get more marks. So actually we felt that Prabhupada specifically mentioning this type of assessment, we felt that we should encourage this alignment with the words of the founder Acharya. So we're introducing closed book assessment. So if you're taking the course with a few students, you're a temple president, you've got your leaders, your management committee, you're studying the Shastra with them, or a preacher, or a Bhakti Briksha leader, Namhata, or a student preacher, you can start teaching the Bhakti Shastri with a small team of people, and the tests will be sent out, and you can take them locally under local invigilation. All of this can be managed and can have a tremendous effect on encouraging people to regularly read Prabhupada's books. So we encourage you to keep in touch with us, and we'll update you on these developments, and particularly if you're feeling inspired, this is a great opportunity. We will at this stage share with you the work that we're doing on developing the assessment questions, because we feel that the more devotees we have contributing to this project, the more effective it will be. And of course this is not a one-time thing. Once a foundational bank of questions has been established and is functioning, can always be added onto, can always be modified. And we're looking at increasing the size of the Board of Examinations membership and inviting more Brahmins and Vaishnava scholars to participate in an active way. Actually, just consider the opportunity for those of us who are inspired about education. that these questions that we develop over the next 6 months, 12 months, these are going to become the foundational guidelines of the learning of thousands and thousands of devotees who will read Srila Prabhupada's books for decades to come. By these assessment questions, we'll be shaping their learning, we'll be developing the type of ideal follower of Srila Prabhupada that we envision by developing very thorough assessment and ensuring that they achieve it, and in this way having a tremendous effect through Brahminical potency and Brahminical influence on the members of this movement and the effectiveness of this movement to spread all over the world. And I feel that this opportunity is something that Krishna has sent to this, right now, to this whole ministry, to actually take this opportunity and in such a direct way have a major influence on the spiritual growth of this movement through the Brahminical process, through hearing and chanting and guiding that. And also we've prepared a Srila Prabhupada introductory course, and the design of that course will also make available to you, and we appreciate your comments on that. So you can contact us through the ministry or through myself personally. I can put that address back if you'd like to contact me personally, and we'll keep you updated on all the developments, and also we'll encourage you and facilitate your further involvement if you'd like to get involved in helping with the assessment questions. Questions?
We'll take questions now. We'll go with Bhakta Steve here. Yes. Prabhu, can you put a chair on the stage for Atul Krishna Prabhu? And one mic can be on this side. Chaitanya Prasad Prabhu, one mic can be here.
Hare Krishna. I don't really have a question, just more of a short anecdote to show the power of Prabhupada's books, at least were in my life. Our first 5 years of getting into Krishna consciousness were only from Prabhupada's books. We never went to a temple, never met any devotee. I just had contacted a devotee online about a question not related to Krishna consciousness at all. It was related to music, and he had asked me if I had read Bhagavad Gita and said no, and he pointed me to it, and I read that, and then I read every single book that he wrote or translated, and read them several times. And the first temple that we ever went to was actually in India, in Mumbai. So I think that's at least an example in my life of the power of Prabhupada's books. And to finish that, I would like to say that when I arrived in India, I met so many devotees that had Prabhupada's books in their houses. And when I asked them about reading them, they had never even opened them. They never. It really surprised me because they were so influential in my life, and I was surprised that they were devotees. And
thank you, Prabhu. We'll take a few other questions. So you feel that Srila Prabhupada's books is very powerful, and you feel that that program is going to encourage the furthering of that. Thank you. Yes, Maharaj?
We're in New York City, and we started a fledgling Bhakti Shastri class there. Padmanayana gave the first session about a year ago. And then I gave 2 sessions after that. And I'm just noticing some of the issues that we're coming across. You know, one of the things that we ran up on right away is the idea of time, that in a center, generally people are working. At least the congregation that we have is mostly working. We're not giving it so much to brahmacharis, brahmacharinis. We're giving it to people who are part of the congregation. So 20 hours, 30 hours worth of a unit is mapped out over a month at 5-hour sessions on a Sunday, because we can't do Saturdays and Sundays. No one can come during the week. So you see how our time has to be mapped out. So these are some of our issues. With the IDC, we run into the language issue too, with the having to actually work with English, Spanish, Russian, and Bengali. So I've managed to get a hold of the questions and answers in the books in all those languages, but there is no, you know, that's another issue that we're dealing with. So I'm just giving you what it's like to be running a Bhakti Shastri course, an IDC course in a temple like New York?
Thank you, Maharaj. Particularly, and that's Bhakti Shastri. Now you can imagine the, you know, how the congregation is going to feel when they, if we're simply thinking about duration rather than examinations, then no one's going to have the time. Because, and Prabhupada never mentions anything about courses and durations in his actual discussion on the 4 degrees at all, except for once when he talks about the outline of a course that you can show the draft board of a 7-year. That's the only time he mentions any sort of like concept of a duration. All he specifically mentions is set examinations. So that's what we felt, that it looks, you know, the figures look reasonable for the Bhakti Shastri, but once you get into the large content, then people just are not going to, and such capable preachers and enthusiastic people, they're not going to get the degrees because they don't have the time. What little reading they do, that should be credited to their getting a degree. So therefore, set valuable and effective examinations, and then let people come, and when they're ready, take those examinations. Another point that Prabhupada makes is that regularly he says, Bhakti Vedanta is not cantos 7 to 12. Bhakti Vedanta is cantos 1 to 12. It's actually Bhakti Shastri books and cantos 1 to 12. He says that at least 4 or 5 times. When you get Bhakti Vedanta, you have to do all the other previous ones. Now, even in our campuses where we're teaching the full programs, no one is doing that. You know, just to get the content that's then to go back, and no one is doing it. We're just kind of pretend that Prabhupada didn't say that. But actually, with a system like this, the questions that you've previously been assessed on, they could randomly be given again at any time. And the student has to prepare for, when they come for the Bhakti Vedanta or the Bhakti Vaibhav test, they have to prepare all of their Bhakti Shastri learning again, and you can put in any Bhakti Shastri questions. That's what Prabhupada said. That would be a very effective way of getting people to read very thoroughly. Just the existence of the assessment. And that's why we're encouraging you to get involved, because the assessment has to be really good, really well thought out, really clear, and assessing the things that we want the students to learn. Prana Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. So, Ato Prabhu, are you saying that we'll be deregulating teachers? Like you said that we won't have
Okay, that's a good point. Well, there will be some, I mean, regulation that we're giving that training. For those who don't have any training, at least we'll provide some online training.
But currently you have to have a TTC1,
yeah, so
TTC2,
that won't be there, because that course is not
TTC4.
available. Those courses are not available sufficiently to make that compulsory. Yes, that program has to be encouraged, that program has to be maintained, but it can't be made compulsory because it's not available everywhere. So optional.
Okay.
But you can't make it compulsory if it's not available everywhere.
So
that program has to be encouraged and improved. And also the scope that we have here is because we're so way off the charts. That, I mean, people are, I'm surprised that it took us so long for people to even notice this, you know. We're so way off the charts that if we don't actually get this set up now, if we don't get in this first generation, it'll just be lost. No one will think it was ever possible. You know, I think this is, you know, we should, and then for a period of a decade or so, you know, we have to be more encouraging to get teachers all over the globe and the courses all going. At that time, when it's easily available, and teacher training can be more easily available, then we can increase the standard of the qualifications. But at this stage, that's not the best strategy. You know, it's just a little seed, and we have to at least bring it up to a reasonable existence in the movement, and then we can start pruning it.
With your permission, I just wanted to add one small point, which is, Prana Prabhu, the intention is that whatever methodology that we can integrate in our online teachers training programs, we are going to do that. So it's not that we're not going to regulate. The modules, the pedagogy for the teachers training is going to be provided online, and they can go through certain credits and then become, if they go through certain credits, they're TTC1, they go through more TTC2, if they go through the whole thing, they're qualified as full teachers. So we're still working on that. So we're not deregulating it completely, but we're making it widely available. And to ensure that we maintain some quality, that's something that we're working on. So I just want to make that point. We're not trying to deregulate it completely in that regard. Back
Thank
to
you,
Atul
Tapan
Krishna.
Mishra. And one other question, a quick one, is who will mark the examinations? Will that be up to the local? How will you moderate?
Well, say you're taking
the
this.
marking?
Say you're taking this project, the teach and study or study and teach project. You'll take teacher training and you'll get equipped how to mark papers. Well, that'll be fundamental compulsory training in that. That can be given online, how to mark papers, and they can submit marked papers. They can send in marked papers. So they get the teacher, potential teacher, we can send a paper for them to mark. They can mark it, send it back to us. We can evaluate their assessment competency. Train up the local teacher. I think we're finishing. Yes.
Yeah. Yep, we have a question here.
Pancharatna Prabhu.
Have you considered turning the questions into sort of a catechism for Iskcon members, where if you're familiar with the Catholic Catechism or any of these other
It could be used
religions.
for. It could be. It's all open source. These questions will be available on the Ministry of Educational website. Anyone can view those. Anyone can view those questions. Anyone can view those for their own private study. Let me ask a question to conclude. If a system like that had have been functioning when you joined the movement, you could do reading and when ready, come and take an assessment. How many people here in this room feel that they would have Bhakti Vedanta or Bhakti Sarvabhauma by now? Raise your hands. Okay, that's about 2/3. Yeah, so this system actually will contribute towards achieving Prabhupada's vision of making the degrees a meaningful aspect of his movement. Jai Shri Prabhupada ki, Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Atul Krishna Prabhu. So we request many educators to please come forward and help us in this project. What we do now for the next several years will have an impact on education and especially these Shastric degrees for a long, long time. So please do be in touch with the ministry, be in touch with Atul Krishna Prabhu. These assessments will be available and you can help us with that. We will now thank Atul Krishna Prabhu for this wonderful effort. We have a strong hope that with these few projects combined together, which is reading Srila Prabhupada's books daily, this expansion of our Shastric education program and something else that we're trying to do with respect to the teachers training, we will be able to increase the Shastric institutes, the reach of Srila Prabhupada's books and inspiration to a very, very large number of population. First within Iskcon, and probably we'll have people involved from outside as well. So we will now, it's 12 o'clock, we'll take a break for 15 minutes. We'll take a Gayatri break for 15 minutes. I request you to please use this time for a convenience break, chant Gayatri, and be back so that we can start our next session right after. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. I'd like all the devotees to please settle down. We are reconvening to start the symposium. Bosun, everybody please sit down. And Chaitanya Prasad Prabhu, can you please go out and invite everybody who's outside to please come inside because we're starting the symposium. We are all very inspired to teach, very, very inspired to teach. Somehow it's a natural tendency for Iskcon devotees that they come in touch with Srila Prabhupada's books and they want to preach and teach. And many of us, many devotees are doing a wonderful job. But at the same time, there are areas in which we can understand, we can adopt and learn how can we make our teaching more impactful. In many ways, if we were to not adopt these methodologies, we might miss a big opportunity. I would like to now invite on stage an educator who spent practically most part of his life in teaching across various geographies. He's also spent time here in India. He's spent time with different ages of students in different environments. And last year when we were hosting this symposium, short of that, a few months before that, around, was it October of 2018, that Prabhu had a serious health crisis. September, October? Around that time, Prabhu? 2018. Oh, yes, February, March 2018. Last year, Prabhu gave a video presentation on how can we embark upon online education. This year, he's going to share with us on this topic on hits or miss, and I'll let him describe how can we make it a hit. His Grace Prana Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Om Gyanantimbrandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshun Militamyena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. The topic of my presentation today is, the title is given by Tapan Mishra Prabhu, but the presentation is given by myself. And first of all, I'd like to thank Tapan Mishra Prabhu for the amazing sacrifice that he and his wife have undergone, the yagya that they've undergone to put this on for us today. Because I know he hasn't, I told him just before I came to speak that I haven't eaten, I need something to eat to get a little bit of energy, and he shared with me that he also didn't have anything to eat this morning or drink. So I know it's a great austerity to put on such an event as this. So thank you very much, Tapan Mishra Prabhu and his good wife, Indira Mataji. Yeah, big round of applause for them. Thank you. HITS is an acronym, and we're in the business of education who just love acronyms. And you can sit in an educational meeting with educators, and if you're an outsider, a board member or something, we could be speaking for half an hour and you wouldn't understand what we said, because it's like a completely different language. This is an acronym that was developed by educators in Victoria, Australia, and it was based on the research of John Hattie, who I'm going to be presenting today in this presentation. I'm going to be sharing that research with you. It stands for High Impact Teaching Strategies. And these high impact teaching strategies have come about through a massive research program, which I'll introduce. But first of all, before I introduce that, I wanted to make a small contribution to our discussion and debate on philosophy of education. And I'll just spend a couple of minutes with my thoughts on that. I know many devotees have presented over the years, and in this particular symposium, Gaura Krishna Prabhu, Yadananda Maharaj last year, Hanumat Prashek Swami, Rasa Mandala Prabhu for sure, and Urmila Mataji have all presented and have all given us lots to think about in terms of philosophy, or what Rasa Mandala Prabhu prefers to call philosophies of education. And recently I had the realization while reading the 10th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam that Krishna has given us a framework for a philosophy of education in the pastime of the Govardhan Lila. And I wanted to share that with you today. Krishna, as we know, after the chapter of the wives of the Pravedic Brahmanas who were blessed by Krishna, Krishna comes back to Nanda Maharaj's house, and he's preparing for a big yajna. And he's confused. He asks Nanda Maharaj, what's happening here? What's the commotion? And in this verse, he uses 4 questions. And the 4 questions that Krishna presents to his father, Nanda Maharaj, are 4 framing questions that we can use for developing a philosophy of education, if we answer these questions. So Krishna very humbly requests his father, Katyatam me pitaha koyam. What is all this commotion? Koyam sambramo va upagataha. What's happening here? What's happening? What's all the flurry what's all this commotion here going on? And then he asks 3 questions. First one is kim palam. What is the purpose? What is the purpose of your activity here? What is going to happen here? What's the goal? Kim palam. And then he asks, for who is this yajna, or all this commotion? Who is the beneficiary of this? He asks. That's a kasyo va vodeshaha. For who is the benefit of it? And the last question he asks, and that is the question that is going to lead in today's presentation, is Kenavas yadite makaha. What is this? What are the means by which you will achieve the goal of this sacrifice? Kena, by which means? So those 4 questions, I believe, can provide us with a very comprehensive and a very thorough framework by which we can start to develop and discuss a philosophy of education. And in terms of one comment in terms of philosophy of education I'd like to share with you, and Rasa Mandala Prabhu and others have coined the phrase philosophies. And I think moral philosophies comes down the track in terms of by which methods. Methods may vary drastically from different places and different times, desha kalapatra. But I think the very underlying philosophies of the value system, the beliefs, I think they'll have to become very unified, and the diversity will come in terms of the methodology which I'm about to present today. So the research where the hits comes from, the high impact teaching strategies, is from a professor from New Zealand who is now residing in Australia, and he's the head of a research department or faculty at the Department of Education at the University of Melbourne. And he conducted a survey, a massive research over a long period of time. And that research has been used by educators over the last decade to justify many, many different forms of interventions, academic interventions, and in classrooms, universities and colleges around the world. This is the scope of the research. He did what he calls a meta-analysis of over 55,000 research papers that were peer-reviewed research papers. He took 50,000 research papers, over 240 million students, and that number has now increased to something like over 300 million students in research. So it's a fairly decent sample size, 300 million students. And 150 influences, these are the variables that they looked at. What was the most important variable that would give the biggest bash for your buck, if you like, the biggest, I don't know how you translate that in Chinese, Krishna Premyamaji, but the biggest influence on your presentation, on the intervention. And that I'm going to look at a few of those influences today. We won't go through 150 of them in 20 minutes, but we'll definitely, I'll share with you a couple of high points from the research. And then I want to use the research, the evidence that has come from that research to evaluate Iskcon education today, where we stand today in terms of educational implementation in Iskcon. So that's it. That was a 15-year meta-analysis that we're basing our presentation on today. The interesting thing that Hattie found, and it was early on in his research before it was published in a book called Visible Learning. So before he came to the end of his conclusion, he found that almost any intervention that teachers and educators and supervisors of schools and school districts, almost any intervention that they implemented had some effect on student learning, had some effect on student achievement. And that is quite a significant finding, because based upon that realization, or based upon that finding, he decided not to use ground level zero as the benchmark for saying, yes, this is an important intervention, yes, this is a worthwhile intervention, yes, this is effective, a highly effective intervention. So we began to move from, does this intervention have an effect on student learning and achievement, to what is the effect? To what extent does this affect student outcomes and achievement? And he, for that purpose, he came up with a concept called the hinge point. And this is the point where he considered anything over 0.4 in a differential, anything over the 0.4 would be highly effective. And anything below that would be, well, you could achieve that with or without the intervention. Here he's got teacher effects. Any teacher who has qualification and has got experience in front of a classroom will have some effect on the student's achievement. And developmental effects are those effects that a student will experience just by surviving in a classroom. And that's not just a primary or secondary classroom. Any of our classrooms, our Bhakti Shastri classes, our Bhakti Vaibhav classes, any student who's there, they'll make some progress, whether the teacher's a good teacher, a qualified teacher, or not a good teacher, through association and through assimilation of the content. So they're considered to be low, and there are negative effects. And the negative effects that come up in the study are things like trauma, abuse, television, drugs. They all have a negative effect on student achievement. We won't look at those. Okay, so I'm going to give you one or two introductions before we go to an analysis of the Iskcon situation in terms of where are we at with Iskcon education. And sometimes when we come to such symposiums and workshops and conferences, we might become a little bit disheartened and think, well, just Iskcon education is in a shambles. It's a mess. It's a crisis. And what can we do about it? We might leave feeling more disempowered or disencouraged than when we came here. So I think you're going to be slightly appreciate some of the analysis that we come up with based on this research of John Hattie. But just to get warmed up on the dial here, where would you think that homework would come? And this is, of course, this is not just for primary and secondary, but he's got some secondary insights into this. But also we have homework assignments in our Bhakti Shastri, we have homework assignments in in our Bhakti Vriksha classes, etc. So how effective do you think that homework would be in terms of increasing student understanding, student achievement, etc.? Do you think it would be a medium, right in the 0.4, below, a low, or have a high effect generally across the spectrum? Put your hands up if you think it would have a high effect, that homework would have a high effect on student achievement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 8. Put your hand up if you think it would have a low effect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About the same. About the same. How about you? Who thinks it might just have a medium effect? Might be in the middle. Okay. Well, the results show that it has a low effect. Homework has a low effect, but there's many caveats and there's a lot of interpretation that has to go on with all of these findings in this research. And one of them was that for high school students it had a higher effect than for primary school students. High school students being more independent, high school students being more organized, high school students have better time management than primary school students. But still it had slightly more than a medium effect, homework. Now, student-teacher relationship was one of the influences that was identified in the 150 influences. And it's such an important part of what we do, and it's such a recurring theme in what the presentations that we've been hearing about values education and modeling and exchanging ideas and values between the teacher and the student, the guru and the shishya. And what do you think the result would be for this one, the student-teacher relationship, in terms of the Hadi research? Would have a high, I'll just do a high and a low. Hands up if you think student-teacher would have a high impact on student outcomes. Okay, probably more than half. Hands up if you think it would have a low impact. Nobody put their hand up. And a medium one. Actually, they found that it had a very significant impact. And John Hadi has for years, even before this visible learning was published, he considered that the most important variable in improving student achievement was the quality of the teacher. And we can talk a lot about that, but it's something that comes up a lot in these symposiums as well. The qualification, we heard from Bhakti Vigyan Swami, the qualification of the teacher and the qualification of the student. We won't, now, as I said, I want to use this analysis for 3 or 4 areas, key areas that we have that are consistent across many educational scenarios in Iskcon. And don't think this is just for primary school or for secondary school, but very much comes out of the work of Rasa Mandala Prabhu in the VTE. And we had the good fortune of being one of his guinea pig students in Alachua many years ago when he did his first, before he published his VTE, there was a big educational conference that was held, and we were part of that group we were all educators and we became his students for the VTE. So I'm pretty familiar with the Bhakti Shastri Teacher's Handbook and the mode of operandi through that particular approach, as many of you are here. And I've analyzed that against this best practices or this findings. And first one was setting goals on student achievement. And this was a really big one in the VTE courses and the TTC1 and TTC2 and Bhakti Shastri teacher training, etc., setting goals. And it all comes back to teacher clarity, that the teacher knows what they're doing and why they're doing what they're doing. So goal setting was a very big part of that VTE training, and of course goal setting has a very high impact on student achievement. The second one that I looked at was structuring lessons, and many of you will know that the lesson planning was a very big part of that, and it got down to very granular seconds and minutes almost in his TTC training books. which is not really my approach to teaching in general. But the idea of a structured lesson, of transitions, of an introduction, of a conclusion to a lesson is very, very important and very essential part of the VTE, and it also has a very high impact on student achievement. The third one that I looked at was feedback, and feedback is of course, you know, we can spend hours and hours in workshop on giving feedback, formative feedback, summative assessment, and understanding what it means to use feedback to develop further learning experiences for the students. And in the VTE, I know that they have a feedback session in TTC2, teaching students how to give feedback and how to receive the feedback and to do something with that feedback. So the feedback one has also a very high impact on student achievement. So we've got like three out of three so far. We've got structuring the lessons, goal setting and feedback, which are very much an important part of the pedagogical consciousness of our Iskcon teachers. So we're not doing too badly. It's not all over. Collaborative learning, I know that's been a very big feature, a very big part of our learning experience. And we heard last night from Sagar Maharaj at the end of yesterday's session how important it is, and how we heard that it was as a reaction or a response to the didactic approach, to the teacher just giving the knowledge, that it was very important to create experiential learning where you do and you modify and you reflect, you modify and you do, that kind of approach to lesson planning and to learning experiences. There's a lot to say about collaborative learning also, because it's putting students in a group doesn't mean they're doing collaborative learning. There's a certain technique and certain roles and responsibilities that we have to attribute to that. But that also has a fairly high impact. And the last one that I'm going to look at is direct teaching, the didactic method of approach. And I'd like to probably pause here and take a poll for this one. It's the last one in our analysis before I wrap up this presentation. Hands up who thinks that the direct method, a didactic approach to teaching, would have a high impact on student achievement. 8. Okay, 8. Hands up who thinks that it would have a minimal or low impact on student achievement. The didactic method. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, a low impact. Say a minimal or low impact.
I was wondering how come in both the questions we had only 6 or 3 hands raised. Nobody else wants to give their opinion?
Yeah, they're hedging. Okay, here it is. Actually, it has, but through the study of 240 million students, it has a high impact on student achievement, which is quite something we hear often is that, you know, the didactic method is not a good thing. We have to avoid didactic. We have to avoid direct teaching. We have to have experiential learning. It has to be cooperative. It has to be collaborative. But here we see that it does have an effect. It has a place in the educational process. And many of us, everybody in this room, has experienced a lot of a learning experience from hearing lectures from great acharyas, hearing lectures from Srila Prabhupada, which is a didactic approach. How do children learn their tables? How do children learn their mathematic formulas? They don't experience them. They don't just inquire about them and just understand phonics. How does phonics works? It's actually taught. So there is a place for direct teaching method, and it does have an impact, a high impact. My message here then is that there's a whole spectrum of methodologies, Kenavasya Dite Makaha. there's a whole method of means by which we're going to achieve our goals in learning and teaching, and that we should not be, we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater for sure, and we should learn to use and move between these different methodologies as tools for time, place, and circumstance. So takeaways quickly. In education, in every educational circle, we have to clarify what we want to achieve, why you want to achieve it, for whom, kasya bodhishaha, and how you want to achieve it, which is through our methodologies, kenava sadite makaha. And I finished with another meditation on the Govardhan Lila pastime. And Krishna said to his father, those people who, there's two people in this world, people who know what they're doing and people who don't know what they're doing. Why they're doing something and why they're not doing something. And he says, those vidushaha, those who know what they're doing, kama siddhi syat, they achieve perfection. And yataha na vidisho bhavet, those who don't know what they're doing don't achieve perfection. So let's work out what we're doing, why we're doing, who we're doing it for, and execute with confidence. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. We'll take some questions. Yeah, Pancharatna Prabhu.
Can you give us any examples of the number 4, you know, the ones that were like the best, you know, the most impact, you know, that he found?
Okay, the most impact was like 1.5 or something off the Richter scale. And that was, it was a student one where the student, it was about their expectation, student expectation. So that they considered, they had a very positive self-identity, and they were able to, they identified themselves as a learner and somebody who could achieve, highly achieve. But the other big ones were around, I think called Piagetian was the second one. It was called Piagetian styles, and that means leveled learning. So understanding the level of the learner, pretty much what Bhaktivigyan Swami was saying in terms of adult learning, but for children, understanding where they're at and build on that to go to the next place, as kind of the number 2 in Hattie's research. And right down the other end, there was all those kind of the negative ones I mentioned earlier, but ones that weren't so significant were there are a few surprises down that end also. One of them was the theory of multiple intelligence theory. That's been very popular and it's been very much brandied around many workshops in teacher training circles. But it had very little or hardly any effect on student achievement in and of itself, multiple learning theory.
Next question, please.
Chetan. Prabhu, so in the context of Iskcon as an organization, how would you define student achievement? And how would we measure it? Because we're talking in terms of Shastric degrees, so that's one spectrum of it, and the other one is like we're talking about character transformation. So how do we blend in these two?
Okay. Very good, relevant question. Thank you, Chetan. And a nice question to follow from Atul Prabhu's presentation and even Nrsimhakavacha Prabhu this morning, the 3 Aussies who have been on the stage today. All from Melbourne Temple. So how would it relate to much more easily done so for the knowledge and skills part of it, as Srikavacha mentioned. More difficult, of course, for values. There are taxonomies for evaluating values, and one way that we could do that, and we have done that in schools over the years, is to develop rubrics. Rubrics are a very useful way of establishing scales. So a scale 1, 2, 3, 4. What kind of how much a person has a commitment for or an inclination toward a particular activity or a particular value, and you scale that according to a little to the most and 2 in between, something like that. So a scaled rubric is a way to do that. But in terms of Bhakti Shastri and attendance, Bhakti Pariksha and etc. for adult education, it would be just based on, and one point it'd be based on their achievement in terms of their marks on their test papers. But one thing that I was getting at when I asked Atul the question before was who will assess it. It means assessing is sometimes a very subjective thing. And in schools and colleges we do an activity called moderation. So we have teachers sit down with the same paper and we ask them to assess this particular paper, the same paper, everybody, and see where they come on the scale. And by doing that we develop a consistent understanding of what we mean by level 1, level 2 or level 3. So moderation will be a really important part of going forward.
Thank you. One last question here.
Can one compare the homework impact with the teacher impact? Because it's quite important that one is repeating the stuff you got in the morning, maybe in the morning from the teacher. So I was wondering myself, can you?
Yeah, you can compare, and one of the definitions that we had of teaching, or that we share with teaching, is that teaching means repetition without boring. So you have to learn how to do the same thing, keep drilling the same thing so that it goes in without boring the student. And homework is very much for, the best use of homework is to repeat and to reinforce the learning in the day. And if it's relevant and it's connected with the lesson and the student knows why they're doing it, then it has more effect. So it's definitely a connection, a correlation there. That if you give something random for homework, it has no effect because it's not connected with the teaching process.
Hare Krishna. So His Grace Prana Prabhu has also come up with a educational offering amongst the many things that he's done. And on every table we put a pamphlet of what he's put together, and along with his good wife, Mataji. Bhakti Learning, it's a platform that can be adopted for... And this is why I like this opportunity of Viplavah, this symposium, because we get to see the whole spectrum. You know, we have somebody who comes and speaks about the importance of interactive, and then somebody comes and tries to dispel our beliefs by saying actually didactic methodology also has an impact, and they happen to be from the same country and the same temple. You know, that's another thing. Unity and diversity. Okay, now I'm going to request a very, very inspiring devotee, Ashray Krishna Prabhu, who's come here all the way from Delhi to share with us how they're embarking upon educational programs from town to village, in every town and village. Ashray Krishna Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Om Agyantimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurve Namaha. So on behalf of His Grace Sundopal Prabhu, we are going to present our initiatives for preaching for various city and village related projects. So the first project which we are doing is, it's for school preaching, like outside school, not Iskcon schools. The effort is called Spandan, and through this project we are trying to embed moral values at grassroots level. We have choose moral values because it is attractive to the parents and to the school principals, deans also. And here we have Das Raghunath Prabhu with us. So he goes to various schools and he teaches the children there through different activities, like these games, leadership games, activities, camps, like that. So currently we are doing in 18 schools and we have conducted around 140 classes and 2400 children have benefited with this. And these are some of the testimonies. of the students. Audio, probably audio.
आज के जो हमारे वैदिक क्लब के सर थे वो बहुत फ्रेंडली थे और उन्होंने हमें बहुत सारी एक्टिविटीज़ और गेम के द्वारा हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें पढ़ाई पर कंसंट्रेट कैसे करना चाहिए।
और मैं क्या बता सकता हूँ कि उनके टीचर बहुत अच्छे थे और मैं चाहता हूँ ये बार बार हमारे स्कूल में वैदिक क्लब और मैं इनसे बहुत कुछ सीखूँ।
कि जो टीचर थे बहुत अमेजिंग थे और उन्होंने हमें बहुत प्यार से समझाया कि स्टडी को हम कैसे अच्छे से पढ़ेंगे और ये फेसबुक, व्हाट्सएप इन सब से ध्यान हटाएंगे।
उन्होंने हमसे कई सारे प्रश्न भी पूछे थे और कई बड़े लोगों के बारे में बात भी बताई थी और एक 7th क्लास के लड़के की कहानी सुनाई और जिन बच्चों ने सही जवाब दिया था उनको बहुत अनेक तरह के तोहफे दिए थे और जिन्होंने गलत जवाब दिया उनको बताया कि इसका सही जवाब ये होगा और कैसे चीज़ करनी चाहिए।
So he conducts programs for teachers and parents also, because teachers and parents are the main people who we want to convince that yes, this program is very beneficial for children. So these are some of the feedbacks by teachers. I'm not going to play it complete.
The value education workshop which was held today was really very worth. I must say that it is really very good. This kind of workshops, today it was the workshop for teachers, but I recommend that this kind of workshop should be done for students as well. So the talk which I attended that was delivered by Das Raghunath, and it was really informative. Why I am saying this? Because it was an excellent talk that has been given to us in an entertaining manner. So we too found it entertaining and we have learned so many new things. Basically it is a much...
So we first conduct a training program for a seminar for teachers and parents, and they get convinced, then they allow us to do programs in schools for children also. So we have developed from 5th class to 12th class, we have curriculum for that, Das Raghunath has developed, and we have well-defined aims and objectives of all the topics which has been covered from 5th to 12th standard. And these are some of the topics. So we have those data, devotees if they want we can distribute it later on. We have all these data. Second approach is after children, what we do for youth. So to attract the youth, we try to do a youth festival which is called yearly festival. In 2018 we did and 5,000 students participated in it, and this year 2019 around 15,000 youth participated in the festival. So our Prime Minister also gave a message for the Udgar festival. Some of the benefits of youth festival is that whole Iskcon is presented in a very nice package, and every new person, every new youth comes to understand what is Iskcon, about its culture, about holy name. They see saffron also, they see sannyasis also. All aspects of Iskcon we try to cover in a package so that they get a very good first impression. Then the big festival have advantage of strength. Then college, dean and directors also like to join these festivals because prominent ministers and all these people come here. And later on, if they get convinced by the festival, then they allow us to do programs in their colleges also. Centralized experience and decentralized follow-up. It is also very nourishing for existing devotees because we don't hire much outside help. All the volunteers were devotees only, and when they serve on such big platforms, they develop relationship with each other, and they also get a chance to do service, and through that they come very closer to Iskcon Youth Forum and through Iskcon and Srila Prabhupada's mission. So this was last year's banner, and the theme was Building India upon Values. In 2019 we did on Addiction Free India. So these are some of the highlights of Udgar 2019.
फिर से एक बार We want India addiction free.
इस इस्कॉन यूथ फोरम की ओर से उन सभी युवकों का वेलकम।
15,000 young people are participating with full vigor and full enthusiasm.
भारत में लगभग 75% लोग हैं, कोई ना कोई व्यक्ति नशे की चीज़ों में जुड़ा हुआ है।
हम नशा करेंगे तो मजा आएगा, लेकिन मजा नहीं है, नशा मतलब फंसा।
सॉल्यूशन नहीं है, we want permanent solution. The festival will bring together like-minded youth to work towards building an addiction-free India.
मैं फर्स्ट टाइम यहाँ पर उद्गार में आया, मैंने काफ़ी कुछ सुना था, लेकिन जितना मैंने सुना था उससे ज़्यादा पाया।
अगर कोई इस इवेंट में नहीं आ पा रहा है, they're lacking a sense of direction in their life.
I just want to say a simple line that this is something unique, it is something different, and this is the need of an hour.
Come on, little out, are you really ready? आदमी जिंदगी में उतना ही बड़ा कर सकता है जितना बड़ा सोच सकता है।
Chant Hare Krishna and stay high forever.
So many ministers and political leaders, etc. also came. College deans, these are some of the pictures of Udgar festival. After Udgar festival, we have compiled booklet also about how we execute Udgar festival. After conducting Udgar festival, we do programs. We have opened clubs in colleges, which is called Ethic Craft College Club. It was launched by Education Minister of India in 2018. And in that, currently we have club in 75 college, in which we have made around 75 college campus ambassadors. They are leaders, they are not devotees, they are college students only who have participated in our quiz and topped the quiz. And then they are like responsible people for running the college club, Ethic Craft Club. So we have more than 300 plus members and 1100 students touched. We engage few students in policy making, few in execution, and few are just like participants. They come for weekly study circles and they discuss topics, various topics. We have compiled brochures on this also. We do camps for campus ambassadors regularly in places like Vrindavan, and in which we teach them how to conduct programs for this Ethic Craft Club and how speaking skills and like that, presentation skills. We do quiz also in which we give attractive prizes so that college youth can participate. Then those youth who are attracted to temple, for them we have different approach. We have created a whole flow chart on this about how a student comes, and from there where we have to, what are the milestones and what are the various milestones and standards, at what time we have to give what, so that we have defined. So temple preaching is basically, it has three aspects: education, support and ambience. In education we have developed curriculums in 6 levels, and for support we have personal guidance system of, we call facilitators, senior facilitators and mentors. Then for ambience we have Bhaktivedanta Academy for Culture and Education. We have opened hostels, youth hostels in Delhi for various college students where they can live and practice devotion. So these are the levels of courses: Vedic level 1, Vedic level 2, Vedic level 3, 4. Then those who are inspiring for Brahmachari ashram, we have different training for them. Those who are inspiring for Grihastha ashram, we have different training for them. And later on they can exchange also. They can go in different BVS also. Somebody from BVS can come to BSS also. So the culture is imparted through base. Temple stay. We encourage people, youth, to stay on Saturday night, attend morning program on Sunday, and then they can go on in their homes. And we have bases also, residential youth hostels. We have camps, regular camps. Then for leaders, like those who are preparing for IAS, those who are going to become chartered accountants, we have different program. It's called Shrestha preaching model. Currently we are doing for law students, CAs and IAS. For chartered accountants, we do a initiating program and 250 students registered. Then we conduct a quiz entrance test, IQ, EQ, SQ test, from which 20 were shortlisted after the exam interview, and 11 became successful chartered accountants. Okay. So similarly we are doing for law students and IAS aspirants. And then at last we have IVPC on village preaching campaign, which is led by Sir Mangal Gaur Prabhu here. And we have a documentary of that also, that is a little long. So we can give you the data. Okay. So we will show it in the evening. So as Prabhuji is saying, thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Ashray Krishna Prabhu. Very, very inspiring initiatives. And I hope that in the evening session, you can share some of the videos, because we all find it so inspiring. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so very much. So in the evening, we will take few questions also in this topic. Now, I will jump into the next section of our next presentation, which is going to be a short presentation from our end. Prabhu, can I have the clicker? The slide changer? Yes. So, thank you. Hare Krishna. So, this is a short presentation, and in this, at the Ministry of Education, we like to share with you what is our overall development plan. How do the various projects that we are undertaking, how do they fit in the overall framework? Some of you who participate in the ILS, you may find some of this repetitive, so I apologize in advance. There are several devotees here who may not have participated in ILS, or at least on this part of ILS presentations. So this section is called Path Forward, the Global Master Plan. A lot of it, what I'll be sharing with you here, are actual projects which are going on. So as much as I call it a master plan, it's not just a plan. It's projects which are currently ministry is promoting and developing. And these projects, how they fall in place in the different building blocks, is what we're trying to present here. Before we embark upon anything that we undertake in a ministry, it's very important to understand that Iskcon is an educational movement. This has been the theme, or a repetitive element that has come out of the talks of various presenters here. And if we are an educational movement, we must not forget what is the goal of that education. As His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada, defined it, he says that the goal of this education, every education that we develop within Iskcon, must be to develop that relationship with the Supreme Lord, Krishna Prema. So how far, how deep, how impactful our programs are would be determined by that transformation. Now, at the beginning, when we start doing projects, at the beginning when we start our initiatives, sometimes it's not easy to measure. sometimes it's not easy to visualize how will it really create that transformation. It may be not easy for those who are participating in the program, but it's very important for educators to have that clarity. An educator who's undertaking a program, and as Pranav Prabhu mentioned in his talk, there are people who know what they're doing, they have a certain result, and there are people who don't know what they're doing, they just go with the flow, whatever comes. They may also have an impact, but whether that will be the desired impact is another question. Now, for the purpose of this presentation and for the purposes of our future moving forward in the ministry, I have organized this in simple words. This goes around in a circle, and I just realized that the version of the presentation that I put has no animation. So there was a version that I gave with animation. This has no animation. So this is what happens when you try to do too many things at the same time. Okay. There are 8 circles. I hope there are still no, 8. The ministry at the center, right at the top, we start with basis, inform, learn, connect, share, develop, about us. I'm going to go in the next 10-12 minutes, I'm going to take each word and describe what the ministry is trying to do in that regard. And I just hope and really pray hard that the next slide is basis and not inform, because I just changed that order. So let's see. Oh, thank God. Thank you, Krishna. Okay, basis. Now, as we were talking to everyone and we were insisting, we should be very clear about what you're doing, it's also important for the ministry to be very clear of what we're doing and why we're doing it. Is there a foundation? Is there a basis that we're utilizing to develop these projects? And we felt that that basis has to have at least 3 inputs into it. Right? The first thing is we must ensure that Srila Prabhupada's books are read every day. So we felt even if we're not able to do anything else, because that's a possibility given the lack of resources that we have in the ministry and its inactivity over the several decades. But if there's just one thing that we could do, which is to encourage devotees to read Srila Prabhupada's books, that would be a good outcome. And that should be true for the devotees who participate in the ministry, and that should also be true for the educators who associate with the ministry. So that is our project. You heard earlier on from devotees on this project. Books are the basis. So that is a very, very important foundational aspect that the ministry wants to ground itself in. The second aspect is philosophies of education, although I use it in singular, but I say philosophy of education papers, so plural, many papers. There are educators who spend 30, 40, 50 years of their life teaching in Iskcon. They know the ground realities, they know the challenges. And we want them to share with us in a very systematic way what is the philosophy of education that Iskcon must adopt. It's difficult to get one, but we'll get several. We have already, I shared with you on the previous one, Srila Prabhupada's books are the basis project. We have already shared with you the team. With respect to the philosophy of education project, we have Gopika Radhika Mataji and Indira Sakhi Devi who are going to now focus on this project this year. We already have about 5 or 6 papers with us compiled by Rasa Mandala Prabhu, Urmila Mataji, his own is Bhakti Raghav Maharaj. And we are going to expand this. We are going to reach out to educators, seasoned educators to capture. What it requires those who've meditated enough, just not gone with the flow, but they have clarity. And before they leave this planet, we want to have these papers compiled. Our intention is these papers should be first class. There should be something that can be published in a journal. These will be available for the educators who are present here and around the world, so that before you start an educational program, or if you're wondering while you're conducting an educational program, why am I doing this? You should be able to read some of these papers and possibly crystallize your thoughts. What should be the philosophy of education for the program that I'm undertaking? So that's the purpose. We already are in this project. And third, we've spoke about this twice, so I'm not going to take much time, but we are conducting an international educational census to get your inputs for the ministry, so that we understand what is the need of educators, what is the need of education within Iskcon from the perspective of educators. We have, say, about 110 participants so far. We want to compile at least 1,000. We want to have 1,000 responses. So the census, its analysis is going to be available for everyone, so that you can talk to your temple leaders, you can talk to your temple president, GBCs, and say, hey, listen, this is what we like to do. And it's not just me, the sole educator who wants to do it in your community, but this is what hundreds and thousands of seasoned devotees want to do. So that is the inform section. Now, sorry, the basis section. In the basis section, we are creating a foundation of how and what the ministry should focus on. The next section is how we are going to communicate with you. What is it that we are going to share with you that allows you to get inspired regularly, but it also allows you to meditate on topics with respect to education. So that is in four frequencies. Frequency means regularity. How often do we do it? Regularly, and I was mentioning that we hope that in the future, Iskcon as an educational movement will be so strong that we'll actually have a Dandavats dedicated for just the educational initiatives. What does that mean? You'll have so much coming out of educators every day. A new institution is open, a new program is launched. So that's what will happen on a regular basis. What's new? So if you've started a program, you're offering a product, etc., you can share with us and we're going to publish it on a regular basis. Right? The second is something that we'll do fortnightly. These talks that were given here last year have already been edited, produced, and they're ready to be released in the capsules of 25 minutes each, 20 minutes each. What all the speakers who came here, that's why we're telling you, please be here, don't move out, please be here. It wasn't that we wanted to restrict you, but because it's being recorded, we hope to have at least 40 to 45 such impactful talks from the educators who participated in Viplavah last year and this year, and they will be released every fortnight. So starting from March, after Gaur Purnima, every fortnight for those who are registered with the ministry, participating with the ministry, will receive an inspirational talk which was given at Viplavah. Next is monthly. We are arranging with successful institutions and successful educators a roster where every month we are going to take a best practice. So somebody talked about Hungary yesterday. Right? So we are working with them. I'm working with Radha Krishna Prabhu, who's the GBC and a leader, that they will share with us a half-an-hour video case study where they will share how they established what they've done in Hungary. And they have various educational programs they've undertaken. How did they go about it? What challenges did they face? How did they overcome those challenges? These best practice case study videos shall be released once every month. And you are all encouraged to participate in that. If there's something you like to share, please talk to us. You can record these videos if they're of good standard. We'll share with you what standards we expect. You can do it in your own geography, in your own country. But we will require one commitment, which is if you are presenting a best practice case study to the Ministry of Education, we also expect you to lend a helping hand. So if you're doing a best practice case study on Gurukul, that I've established a Gurukul, or you say I'm running a successful school or a school which is going to achieve success, then you should be prepared after your best practice case study is published to take phone calls, Skype calls, or talk to devotees who want help in a Gurukul or in a school, so that it is not just a one-way process, so that what you've learned, somebody else can take help. So that's the purpose of these monthly releases. And then we have Viplavah, the journal, which is released every quarter. It's been now, the journal is going out for the last 2 years, and now coming to 2020, we'll be working to elevate the standard of the journal, bring in more content. The journal will include some talks from the symposium, it will include best practices, but it will also have other important sections, philosophies of education, some events that are going to come within that next quarter, so on and so forth. So that's with respect to how the ministry will be interacting with all of you with respect to how we communicate. Now the next part, which is each ministry, and this is my firm belief, must have a foundation that they work on. It must have what they share in terms of communication, but it must offer an ability to learn. And at Ministry of Education, we have developed few trainings, and we're going to develop something that educators can benefit from. When about 1.5 years back, I was scanning the environment and trying to evaluate what is the lowest hanging fruit. What is it that can benefit the world of Iskcon? Very quickly, I felt that a training on instructional design would do us. It will give the maximum impact, high impact. High impact. Why? We have so many educators, so many devotees who feel inspired to give seminars. Often if you go around Iskcon communities, and I've traveled to about 60, 70 countries, you often see there's a small poster, there's a small, after the class somebody says, I'm going to give a talk. I'm going to give a seminar for 4 days on japa, on householder relationship, how to parenting, so on and so forth, so many seminars. And while these devotees are very inspiring, they know the content, but it is not necessary that they're adopting some ground rules on how to design their program so that it can have maximum impact. And that methodology is called instructional design. So that training, the foundational training, is already available. We did it with Urmila Mataji last year. It's ready, and it is available now on the Ministry of Education website in the Learn section. What is also available is today I can gladly and formally also inform you that we have now available a curriculum, a Krishna conscious curriculum, which we did in collaboration with Avanti School Group in the UK. So with the help of Naveen Krishna Prabhu and Usha Mataji, who was here last year, we collaborate with them, and they have a complete platform which allows children from reception all the way to 9th grade. So our kids are going to school, they're studying the normal secular curriculum. A lot of parents and teachers required that can they do something alongside. So this is one of the options. One option is Bhakti Learning, which was offered here, I shared with you about. At the ministry, we have secured that every educator who is registered with the ministry will have access for free for this 10-year program. So reception, week after week, for all weeks, 52 weeks, you have this program available now. And it's available on our Learn section if you go there. And the children, parents, and teachers can utilize it, whether you want to utilize for your Sunday school, you want to utilize just for your own kids, you will be able to do that. You'll get all the resources, you get the presentation, the video, etc. So that program is also now available, offered from the ministry in collaboration with the Avanti schools. Having now if you produced an instructional design course which allows educators to design their seminars, it's also important how to deliver these seminars online. We are in the world of online seminars, online courses, and by some analysis, and Pancharatna Prabhu has more statistics than I do on this, but if you really look at what Iskcon is producing, the online content, the videos that come out, they're not of the highest quality. So how to do it right? This is an effort that we're going to undertake in the next 6 months along with His Grace Pancharatna Prabhu, and we're hopeful that some of our educators who have a lot of experience in this, Prana Prabhu, Krishnendu Prabhu, they will also help us in how to deliver your seminars online. And in addition, His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu has agreed to support our project on reading Srila Prabhupada's books with the training that I talked about. And in addition, Atul Krishna Prabhu touched upon this online teachers training program. We have a few members of the team here who are working under the leadership of Atul Krishna Prabhu to produce this online teachers training program. Hopefully, our target is that next Gaur Purnima will have that available for devotees around the world. The other role that a ministry must play, very important role, is to connect educators. We have a situation where devotees don't talk to each other often, and that sometimes gets amplified amongst educators. You know, they don't talk to each other very often. So we want to connect educators to each other. They say, oh, we don't know where they are. So we've created a database. The database is available. And if you help us by populating your own profiles, request and encourage those who are involved in education within your communities, then it will allow us to share with devotees around the world who are the educators in every city. So this is geography-wise. You can find out the educators in India, you can find out in France, you can find out in New York, and so on and so forth. You can search and find out. In addition, we have a target that within this year, 2020, we'll cover at least 95% of all the institutes, programs that run within Iskcon should be on the database. So it becomes easy for parents, devotees to find out. If they move from their community to, let's say, Mumbai, they should be able to find out who are the educators in Mumbai, what are the programs going on. They should be able to look at data. So that's available. That's what we're building on. And there is a facility for devotees to connect on the platform. There is a discussion forum which you can utilize to discuss more projects. And then there is also a peer-to-peer learning platform called Praman. So that's what we're doing with respect to connecting devotees and educators. Often we will produce certain things, we'll produce some deliverables which can be shared with the world of Iskcon. These are, the first one is the media library. I talked about it last year. The media library is available now. We have more than 1,000 resources, especially for children, educational resources which were developed in the 70s and the 80s. And credit goes to Kartama Prabhu and his parents who compiled it, digitized it, and now this library is available on the Ministry of Education website. You can scan for video, you can scan for audios, curriculums, you can scan for books, and you can access them and utilize them as resources. In addition, we are trying to streamline what Atul Krishna Prabhu touched upon, the process of getting more and more Shastrik institutes registered all over the world. So this process, the application forms are going to be available. It's not just going to be download. Our attempt is we're going to make it automated on the website. You just enter the information, it gets posted, and then the office will process it, and within a few weeks or months, along in coordination board of examiners, give you a feedback or let you know. Then the other aspect is Shastrik assessments, which Atul Krishna Prabhu touched upon as well. They are going to be available as well for you to give your feedback, your inputs. We'll try to put them in a form, in a technological form that you can edit them. You can share with us your addition in terms of assessment. Last but not the least, when we had to work upon standards, often devotees say, you know, and I feel the ministry must establish some standards. So we have, you know, we don't have resources, let me be honest. We have a small team which is trying to do, and we're building on the team now. So we felt, in terms of resource, in terms of establishing standards, why don't we work upon school standards first? There's such a glaring need. So that's a project that we're working on. So if you are running an Iskcon school, what are the standards? What are the guidelines you can adopt? So that's with respect to sharing. Now, in order to do all of this, we require we require a team. We require a team. And there are several devotees here who are present in this room who are helping us a lot. Helping us a lot. And conducting this symposium through our office, we're able to now build a momentum around it. We don't want to just focus on projects, just what we feel are important, but rather on our platform, we will give you an opportunity to submit projects which you think are important for Iskcon. So will we be able to do it? I'm not sure. We may not be able to do it, but at the same time, if you feel that an educational project is important, we would give you an opportunity to submit that, and we can share it at the ministry with everyone. Even if we are not able to help, you may find other registered educators within our database or others who feel inspired to help. And last but not the least, what can you do without funds? So currently we're funding the ministry from our internal resources. We hope that in the future, for all of these projects, devotees will come forward and help. Now, these boxes that I just talked about, starting with basis, inform, learn, share, develop, so on and so forth. This is how the new ministry website is going to be organized. Right? If you are dealing with web technologies or websites, it's a daily challenge or a monthly or a yearly challenge. You start, when we started this project with the ministry to restructure the ministry 1.5 years back, we had a website at that time, iskconeducation.org, and I remember me and my wife, we logged on, and the article on the home page was a news article from 2012 in 2018, right? So when we looked at that, we said, oh, there is service to be performed in this ministry, you know. So that is all there was, iskconeducation.org articles. This ministry has been dormant, has been, how should I use the word politely? If somebody can give me a synonym for neglected, I didn't say it. Anybody knows a polite word? Inactive, you know, inactive, back burner. Oh, let's say neglected. What's that? Yeah, I mean, we are trying to do this, Viplavah. We're trying to do this so that we can get this back into the focus of the leadership. If you really look at the percentage of taka or money or funds that go for education, you would be lucky if it crosses single digit in percentage of the funds that are collected within Iskcon. And it's upon all of you to encourage your leaders to do so. So we will have a section which will help you navigate through the platform. That this ministry is working on behalf of the GBC body, and it's working for Srila Prabhupada. So it will prominently talk about Srila Prabhupada's vision for education. The way the ministry is structured, we have a executive committee, which is few devotees who get together once or twice every month. We talk, we have conference calls for an hour, where we share the projects which we are doing. I serve as the executive director to make sure that we come up with more projects. We do symposium like this and other things that we're doing. We have the board of examiners, the chair sitting amongst us, and some members here as well. They're part of the team. We have our regional representatives. More are requested. If you feel inspired, you can become our regional representatives, and we have our office. Now, before I close, I do want to introduce you to some devotees who are now working, how do I put it, full-time. You know, full-time we are all practicing Krishna consciousness, but they are giving significant time. They're part of our office now. And I like to call upon Narasimha Tirtha Prabhu. Narasimha Tirtha Prabhu, please, if you shall join us here. Narasimha Tirtha Prabhu is walking around with a camera, setting up chairs along with me in the morning. If I have to give credit for putting through this symposium, he has maximum credit. So Prabhu is our office manager. He took up the service at the beginning of January, and I'm so glad that Prabhu is with us now. We also have, and you'll see, you know, we'll have a full generation here standing here. Next, I'd like to call upon Chaitanya Prasad, who's who's a 22-year-old, a bright young man who's finished his master's in finance in the United States. He's decided to live in Sridham, Mayapur and serve here in Sridham, Mayapur. He arrived and he's joined the ministry. He's going to work on our content and many other projects. So I've requested him to help me in coordinating various projects. You will receive nudging emails from Chaitanya Prasad regularly, you know, and you can't say anything to him. You see, he's a 22-year-old, Chaitanya Prasad. What you don't do. So that's him. And I'll also like to call upon Bhakti Steve on stage, who is so kindly, Bhakti Steve is a grandfather. And we heard this inspirational story, how he came in touch with Srila Prabhupada's books, and he's now also living in Sridham, Mayapur. So all three of them are in Sridham, Mayapur. And Bhakti Steve he's helped us. He's going to be our technology man. So whatever I've talked about, all of this will be done. We will take some other help. He's going to bring in his other friends to help out. But they're committed. So for their services, and so this is the team, and who is on the ground working to coordinate all the other activities along with me. So on this note, I'm going to pause. If you have any questions for me, I have only 2 minutes. I have 2 minutes. We can take up another session, but because we want to honor Prasad, before honoring Prasad, we're going to break the stage by inviting everybody on the stage because we want to take a nice photograph. Okay. So, any questions? Yes, Prabhu. I realize that. I just saw you now. Yes.
This is not a question.
Then please pause. Please pause. Because there are others who've been around for a long time. We'll take if anybody has any questions. Oh, I had this old saying, you know, when you present something and nobody asks question, there are 3 possibilities. The first one is that they understood everything. I hope that's the case. The second is they didn't understand anything. And the third is that the stomach is calling. Okay, Pancharatna Prabhu is inspiring me by asking me a question. Yes, please go ahead.
Perhaps I missed it, but...
Perhaps I missed it, but please go ahead.
But it seems that the collaboration, inter-ministry collaboration is a really important element. And maybe it was, but I didn't quite get it because especially when you mentioned that there's a program for children's materials and so on from Avanti School, and I'm thinking what CDM just has produced a number of things. What's your plan for making these ministries work together?
I possibly can take the credit that this is the only symposium which happens in the world of Iskcon where I'm actually inviting other ministers to come and participate formally. So that's the first step. Yeah. Now it's upon them. I mean, education is everywhere. The ministry here is not trying to take credit for educational programs. We just want educational programs to happen. So whether it happens in CDM, DT Worship Ministry, and other ministries, we'll be so glad as long as education happens. Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Now we would need to... Wow, I have a gift to give away. Oh no, it's not a gift. It belongs to one person. I thought whoever asks maximum questions will get this. But this is a phone of Akhanda Ananda Das, Akhanda Ananda Prabhu. Could you make an announcement to say that you have arrived? Is that you? And you managed to lose your phone within 5 minutes. Thank you, Prabhu. We found you that. Okay. Now I'm going to request Narsingatitha Prabhu to help us organize so that we can take a photograph of all the wonderful devotees who are gathered here. And then after that, we are going to have a feast. And everybody who's in this room is invited to join us for the feast. And the feast is going to be in the location where we had the dinner. So we walk out of this tent, and then on the right hand side where the ILS plenary happened, plenary happen, that's where we're going to have a feast. Right? Okay. So, Narsingatirtha Prabhu, you have to guide us. Somebody has to organize because we want to honor Prasadam. You have to take the mic and make announcement. Please don't leave. We really want you to be in the picture. We really want you to be in the picture.
Hare Krishna. So, I'm not a professional or anything, but my experience tells me that the light on the stage is a bit too harsh, so we're going to have to use this little pathway here to get everyone together and then see how many people we can get in one frame.
In wide angle. And please
It's gonna be a
remember
wide
that
angle.
the symposium is not over. We're just using this opportunity because there's a long gap. We are going to reconvene after Prasadam at 4 o'clock. And at 4 o'clock we have His Grace Mahatma Prabhu giving us a talk on the importance of emotional education. So please, all of you, I know we're going to honor you, the best feast you ever had in the world of Iskcon. Honor it, but please do come back. Do come back before 4 o'clock at 3:50 as a matter of respect to the next speaker, Mahatma Prabhu.
So we have a change of plan. We're going to use the stage. You have to be flexible. So if everyone could please get on stage. We'll have the taller gentleman standing at the back, shorter gentleman in the front, and the ladies crouching at the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, we can move. Or we could arrange some seats. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, let's do that. Get some chairs. We get chairs for the ladies. How many matages do we have here? Yeah, as many chairs. Yeah, all right. Okay, that's good. We need to move Prabhupada as well. No, Prabhupada. It's not going to work. Please be mindful of the wires, because once anything gets disconnected, we'll lose.
I see some ladies bringing the chairs. Actually, we can have only one row of chairs. So better is you take the chair, if you like to be seated. And we need an expert organizer who can arrange the standing for the photo. And we have to do it efficiently. So if we can't find an order to our madness, we just find ourselves some space, get together. So the elderly ladies, old ladies, and can stand behind. The taller ladies can sit. Taller ladies can sit.
So some ladies can sit at the front. The taller ladies can sit at the front. And not so tall ladies can stand behind them, right behind them, in between the stage and the chairs. So not right onto the stage, but in between the stage and the chairs. Yes, but behind the chairs. Okay, and then Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. We need another row of chairs at the back. It's all coming together slowly, slowly. We'll eventually get there. We need another row of chair at the back on the stage in front of the men who are standing up. Yeah, no, some men will sit on the front. Oh yeah, that's a problem. Let's see what happens. We'll work it out. Something like that. It's a 20, but it's a 40, it's like 35. 35. Okay.
I'll take pictures. Yeah, I'll take pictures.
Please don't drop it.
Yeah. Oh, it's like a kantimala.
Put your hand through it, please.
Okay.
Relax. Okay. Put your hand through here. Okay. Yes. No. Put the other hand.
Okay, carry on. I'll do it.
But you know how the manual focus and all of that stuff. Blah blah blah. That's the problem.
It's auto. It's auto.
Prabhu, you know who you?
Yeah, you're a photographer.
You're a photographer.
It's a manual focus, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's
I
not
have the
just...
similar camera.
Okay, let me take one shot first. And
Yeah,
then,
you take one.
Then if something, at least we'll...
Okay, Prabhuji, you can go. We need your photo also. Prabhuji, you have to go to take picture. Only people who come in the picture, they get prashad.
Move out of the way, please, Prabhu. Okay, just hold on, please. Forgive me.
All faces on? Yeah.
Say Hare Krishna. One more.
Oh yeah. They give maintenance, of course. Hey, I'm not rich. They need to
Who's not rich?
Me, I'm not rich.
All devotees are rich. You have unlimited prasad.
I'm staying skinny.
Okay.
Let's take one with their raised hands.
Okay, raised hand. One with the raised hands.
It's a bit up in the air right now. Yeah, with raised hands.
Quickly, start.
We need one more with raised hands. Please try not to block the other person's face while you're doing that. Just bear with me, please. Just not come in. Okay. Jai, Haribol. Prabhu, this wire out the way. Out.
Hare Krishna. So, Prabhu, we are good? Yeah. All right, so, Hare Krishna. Thank you so very much. Please join us. Vasudev Krishna Prabhu, you can be in the corridor and you can guide devotees to the location. Hare Krishna. So please join us back at 4 p.m. Yes, beautiful.